Chapter 303. Lin Yi and the rest entered Tiny Spirit City in a serious manner. Everyone knew that the other party must be overjoyed. That was normal. Those who entered the ancient ruins of Grand Xia were all supreme demon-level geniuses. But for these demon-level geniuses, they were definitely at the bottom. In the eyes of these demon-level geniuses, they had no way to stand on the same level as them. In front of them, they were all high and mighty. But now, their achievements had far surpassed those geniuses. After entering Tiny Spirit City, everyone agreed to head to Tiny Spirit Tower in the afternoon. Now, they returned to their own castles to rest. After more than 3 months of continuous battles, they could finally rest in peace. As for Lin Yi, after a short rest, he walked towards Treasure Sky Pagoda. Treasure Sky Pagoda. It looked the same as Tower of Time and Tiny Spirit Tower. To enter Treasure Sky Pagoda, each level required a different heaven leaderboard value. The first level required 1 point. The second level required 10 points. The third level required 100 points. The fourth level required 1,000 points. The fifth level required 10,000 points. The sixth level could only be entered by the top 1,000 of the heaven leaderboard. It was free once a month. The seventh level could only be entered by the top 100 of the heaven leaderboard. It was free once a month. The eighth level could only be entered by the top 50 of the heaven leaderboard. It was free once a year. As for the ninth level, only the top 10 honor points could enter. It could only be entered once a year. Lin Yi bowed to the guardian of Treasure Sky Pagoda. Lord Guardian, I would like to enter the 5th level. Lin Yi skipped the first 4 levels and wanted to go to the 5th level. In his opinion, the treasures on the first 4 levels were useless to him. Only the 5th level could catch his eye. In fact, he wanted to go to the 7th level directly to Scene 9 Cauldron's God Suppression. Junior, the rules don't allow you to skip 7 levels directly. Let's start from the first level. The Guardian glanced at Lin Yi. His expression was as calm as an ancient well, unchanging for all eternity. I understand. Lin Yi didn't dare to refute. He could only start from the first level. After entering the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda, Lin Yi was completely dumbfounded. He now understood that he had been thinking too much. The treasures on the first floor were much better than he had imagined. 1,000-pattern saint weapons, top-grade spirit pills, and all sorts of heavenly treasures. Every single one of them was an existence that the powerhouses of the heavenly purification territory would fight over if they were taken out. However, it was very common here. Low-grade 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon, 10,000, high-grade 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon, 100000, supreme grade 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon, 300000, supreme grade 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon, 10000000. Every treasure had a corresponding price. Lin Yi was shocked when he saw the prices. In the auction house, a supreme grade 1,000 inscriptions sacred weapon would cost more than 10 billion spiritual stones. But here, only 300,000 heaven list points would be enough. 1,000-pattern saint weapons were extremely precious outside. However, they could be seen everywhere here. There were over 1 million treasures on the first floor. Lin Yi looked through them, but there was nothing he needed. Following this, Zhao Fu entered the second level through a teleportation gate. The treasures on the second level were much better than those on the first level, but there were fewer of them. The third floor, the fourth floor, finally, Lin Yi came to the 5th floor. It would be a lie if he said he wasn't interested in the first few floors. Even if it was the first floor's treasure, he still needed it. It was just that it wasn't that urgent. Even if he didn't need it, Solitary Spirit and Luo Bingyue did. However, he had to save his heaven list points for now and choose something he needed. The 5th floor, there were only 10,000 treasures. However, every one of them was a 10,000-pattern saint weapon, and every one of them was a supreme grade. However, a 10,000-pattern saint weapon required 10 million heaven list points. A complete set of 10,000-pattern saint weapons required 30 million heaven list points. Lin Yi also found that there were divine elixirs here, supreme grade divine elixirs. Each supreme grade divine elixir required 1 million heaven list points. After looking at the 5th floor, Lin Yi sighed. He seemed to have a lot of heaven list points, but when he really used them, he realized that they were too little. The sixth floor, they were all 10,000 patterned saint weapons. Moreover, they were all rare treasures. The more treasures he saw, the more Lin Yi sighed. He decided to work hard to earn heaven list points and exchange them for powerful equipment. He also wanted to buy some for Luo Xing and the rest. The seventh floor. This was where Lin Yi wanted to go. There were only 1,000 items on the seventh floor. Saint-level cultivation techniques, saint-level arrays, saint-level talismans. Every one of them was beyond imagination. However, the prices made Lin Yi gasp. Even he could not afford the items here. Even if he could, it would only be a one-time use item. The real treasures were too expensive. Supreme Artifact, Ming Di Blood Slash. Price, 100 million Heaven List points. Supreme Sacred Armor, Raging Flames. Price, 100 million Heaven List points. Supreme Artifact, Light of the Milky Way. Price, 100 million Heaven List points. Supreme Artifact, Crack of the Glacier. Price, 100 million Heaven List points. Supreme Grade Saint Weapon, Sea of Flames. Price, 100 million Heaven List points. Lin Yi was stunned. Supreme Artifacts. All of them were Supreme Artifacts. Moreover, they were all priced at 100 million Heaven List points. Even for him, it was an astronomical figure. For other monstrous experts, it was something they could only look up to. 100 million Heaven List points, let alone 3 years. Even if they were given 30 or 300 years, they would not be able to earn 100 million Heaven List points. Wasn't this a little too expensive? However, Lin Yi thought that it was normal. This was just a reward for the truly monstrous experts. It was equivalent to giving it away for free. The prerequisite was that one had to be monstrous enough. After searching for a while, he finally found the 9 Cauldrons God Suppression. What puzzled Lin Yi was that the 9 Cauldrons God Suppression should only be on the first and second floors. Why was it on the 7th floor? I see. Lin Yi was enlightened. One only needed a small amount of Heaven List points to enter the first and second floors. However, only the top 100 on the Heaven List could enter the 7th floor. Needless to say, the 9 Cauldrons God Suppression was equivalent to giving it to the top 100 experts for free. To be qualified to enter the 7th floor, one had to be in the top 100 on the Heaven List. 500,000 Heaven ranking points was nothing to the top 100 of the world's Heaven ranking. Sacred Level Martial Skill, 9 Cauldrons God Suppression, first 3 floors, price, 500,000 Heaven List points. Lin Yi picked up the jade slip that recorded the 9 Cauldrons God Suppression. After looking at it carefully, he realized that 500,000 Heaven List points was only for the first 3 floors. In other words, the 9 Cauldrons God Suppression was divided into many floors. On the 7th floor of the Treasure Pagoda, only the first 3 floors of the 9 Cauldrons God Suppression were available. As for the 9 Cauldrons God Suppression, he had no idea where it was. Could it be on the 8th and 9th floors? Lin Yi muttered to himself. He was currently on the 7th floor of the Treasure Pagoda. Above him were the 8th and 9th floors. Perhaps the 9 Cauldrons God Suppression was on these 2 floors. However, it was not the time to enter the 8th and 9th floors. It was only available once a year. Obviously, the 8th and 9th floors were not open yet. He pondered for a moment. Lin Yi used 500,000 Heaven List points to purchase the first 3 floors of the 9 Cauldrons God Suppression. Chapter 304. In the 5th month of the Grand Xiao World Ruins. Another month had arrived. Countless experts who had gone out to explore the Grand Xiao World returned. Every month, the Tiny Spirit Tower would be the busiest place in the Grand Xiao World. Zhang Xiaochu and the others had already arrived to challenge the Tiny Spirit Tower. All of them were First Tribulation half-true saints. Even though their opponents were stronger than them, they were much stronger than them when they were in the heavenly realm. After an hour of challenging the Tiny Spirit Tower, the 14 of them finally came to an end. None of them had expected that the person who had challenged the Tiny Spirit Tower this time would be Wang Zhe, who had the lowest points on the heavenly ranking. Wang Zhe's level in the Tiny Spirit Tower was 7. In other words, his amplitude was 1. 7, other than Wang Zhe's 1. 7 amplitude. The others' amplitudes were only 1. 3-1. 4. Then again, this was already heaven-defying. On top of the heavenly rankings foundation, adding the amplitude, their rankings would rise by another level. I feel that 4 of us will be able to enter the top 10. Xiaochu, Wu Xiu, Shui Feng, and Tianyu. Wang Zhe is definitely in the top 20. His amplitude has a huge advantage. Top 20, we should all be able to enter the top 20. Below the tiny spirit tower, more than a dozen monstrous experts were discussing. The other experts were standing far away from them, and none of them dared to provoke them. They were the strongest experts on the heavenly ranking. Moreover, they were a small team. In the Grand Xiao world, no one was their opponent. However, they did not see Lin Yi. Captain! Captain! Right at this time, Lin Yi appeared in Zhang Xiaochu and the others' line of sight. In an instant, the 14 of them greeted Lin Yi. Their tone was respectful, and they worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. Even though they were first tribulation half-true saints in their hearts, Lin Yi was the strongest and most monstrous genius. Even if they had reached the half-true saint realm, they were still no match for Lin Yi. Have you guys challenged the tiny spirit tower? Lin Yi asked as he approached Zhang Xiaochu and the others. Captain, we've challenged it. Amplitude 1. For how is it? Zhang Xiaochu spoke, and a proud expression appeared on his face. This was only his second time challenging the tiny spirit tower, passing 3 floors in a row. Not bad. Lin Yi patted Zhang Xiaochu's shoulder and said, with an amplitude of 1. For, coupled with his basic heaven ranking, Zhang Xiaochu would definitely be in the top 10. When Zhang Xiaochu heard Lin Yi's praise, he couldn't help but feel excited. To be praised by Lin Yi was enough to satisfy him. One had to know that in Lin Yi's eyes, many of the peak monstrous geniuses in the Great Xia World ruins were trash. The top 10 monstrous geniuses of the Tianyang Empire couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Yi. Countless experts on the square of the tiny spirit tower sighed when they saw this scene. A celestial patted the half-step sage's shoulder like an elder patting a junior. Moreover, this half-step sage didn't get angry. Instead, he seemed very happy. Captain, I wish you all the best. Shui Feng and the others opened up a path for him. They allowed Lin Yi to enter the tiny spirit tower. When other experts saw that Lin Yi was going to challenge the tiny spirit tower, they also opened up a path for him. Most of them were curious as to whether Lin Yi would be able to break through again. Even though there were several forces in the Great Xiao World ruins, there were many of them. However, there weren't many who had hatred for Lin Yi. At most, they were envious of him. There were only a few people who truly hated Lin Yi. Even so, they were extremely wary of Lin Yi. In the past, Lin Yi had passed the 14th floor of the tiny spirit tower and lost on the 15th floor. If he continued to challenge the tiny spirit tower, he would directly head to the 15th floor. Whoosh! With a soft sound, Lin Yi appeared on the 15th floor of the tiny spirit tower. On the 15th floor, there were 4 fourth tribulation half-true saints. Azura Hell. Lin Yi didn't plan to stay on the 15th floor for long. The moment he stepped onto the 15th floor, he executed the Azura Hell. In an instant, the 4 fourth tribulation half-true saints were engulfed by his overwhelming might. Without even looking, Lin Yi already knew the result. The result was 4 fourth tribulation half-true saints falling. He had successfully passed the 15th floor of the tiny spirit tower. Lin Yi, 15th floor pass. Outside the tiny spirit tower, countless experts discovered that Lin Yi had passed the 15th floor as soon as he entered the tiny spirit tower. They couldn't help but be shocked, and their expressions constantly changed. The 15th floor was terrifying. Looking at Lin Yi's speed, it was a one-shot. In an instant, everyone was shocked, and a new evaluation of Lin Yi's strength appeared in their hearts. After passing the 15th floor, Lin Yi was swept up by a ray of light, and he entered the 16th floor. On the 16th floor, Lin Yi faced 5 experts. They were 5 fifth tribulation half-true saints. He understood that he couldn't hesitate in the slightest when fighting against these experts. He had to kill them as quickly as he could. The more he killed, the better. Otherwise, it would be over if he gave them a chance to surround him. Moreover, he couldn't give them a chance to react. It was the same azure hell. But this time, only 3 fifth tribulation half-true saints fell, and 2 fifth tribulation half-true saints were injured. However, their battle prowess wasn't affected at all. As a powerful divine spiritual master, Huang Xiaolong's thoughts and reaction had reached a monstrous level. Multitasking wasn't enough to make him magical. He could do 1,000 things with a single thought. Before the battle, he had already calculated all kinds of situations. Even the unexpected events had been included in his calculations. After using the azure hell, Lin Yi slashed out with the silver star holy sword. The power of a set of 1,000 runes saint artifacts was beyond imagination. Crack! With a crisp sound, a 5th tribulation half-true saint was killed. By this time, another 5th tribulation half-true saint had appeared in front of Lin Yi, and a terrifying saint-grade martial art was aimed at Lin Yi. If Lin Yi was hit, he would be heavily injured even if he didn't die. Confined, Lin Yi casually pointed at the air. In an instant, the 5th tribulation half-true saint was confined in the air. At the same time, an icy cold light covered the sky and flew towards the 5th tribulation half-true saint. Rip, the sound of cloth tearing rang in the air. A line of blood appeared on the 5th tribulation half-true saint's neck, and blood spurted out. His body slowly fell to the ground, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. But the 5th tribulation half-true saint had already disappeared. Tiny Spirit Tower, 16th floor, passed. A soft sound came from the crystal steel. Dazzling light shone. Lin Ye's name rose from the 2nd to the 1st. Compared to Nangong Xia, it was 1 floor higher. Countless experts looked at Lin Ye's name on the 16th floor of the Tiny Spirit Tower, and they were filled with envy. 16 floors, that meant an amplitude of 2. 6, the heavenly ranking multiplied by 2. 6 could only be described as terrifying. But at this moment, more people were looking forward to seeing if Lin Yi could pass the 17th floor of the Tiny Spirit Tower. Or maybe Lin Yi would come out from the Tiny Spirit Tower in the next moment. Chapter 305. On the 17th floor of the Tiny Spirit Tower, yellow sand filled the air, making it hard for anyone to open their eyes. Lin Yi hovered in midair. 6 sixth tribulation half-true saints surrounded him. 6th tribulation half-true saints were the strongest half-true saints he had encountered so far. Even in the Dark Forest, he had only fought with 5th tribulation Emperor realm demonic beasts. He had never encountered a 6th tribulation Emperor realm demonic beast. Right now, there were 6 of them. 6 sixth tribulation half-true saints had been waiting for him for a long time, and they surrounded him. They had no intention of fighting him alone. It's worth it for the heavens list. That's the only way. Lin Yi muttered to himself. Although he appeared calm and composed, his divine sense circulated in his sea of consciousness. A folding fan appeared in his hand as he fanned himself. He looked like a young master from an aristocratic family. Fury of lightning. Lin Yi bellowed as he waved the heavens will fan in his hand. In an instant, lightning fell from the sky, and everything within 100 miles was filled with destructive lightning. The might of lightning was enough to destroy heaven and earth. In an instant, the 6 tribulation half-true saints were enveloped by the might of lightning. Seeing Lin Ye's fury of lightning, the 6 tribulation half-true saints revealed a look of shock. They had never imagined that Lin Yi would be so terrifying. It had exceeded their expectations. This was the fury of lightning. This was something Lin Yi had comprehended from the heavens will fan. The lightning attribute was extremely destructive. With his divine sense at the peak of the 52nd order, this attack was comparable to an 8th tribulation half-true saint's full-force attack. Moreover, his voice contained the sound of divine sense attacking one's soul. The sound of soul directly attacked the 6 tribulation half-true saint's sea of consciousness. Miserable screams rang through the air. This was the sound of soul strangling them, and their sea of consciousness couldn't withstand the pain. Piercing pain pierced through their sea of consciousness, and they lost consciousness for a moment. During this short moment, the fury of lightning descended, and it engulfed the sixth tribulation half-true saints. The fury of lightning continued to descend, and destructive lightning bolts fell from the sky. After this attack, Lin Ye's body swayed. The heavens will fan was indeed heaven-defying. However, the consumption was also very terrifying. Just one attack was enough to make a peak rank 52 divine spiritual sorcerer like him unable to bear it. Even if he went all out now, he could only use the divine will fan once more. Skyheart Pierce. 5-6 tribulation half-true saints had died under Huang Xiaolong's wrath and soul voice. As for the remaining 6 tribulation half-true saint, Lin Yi didn't make a move. Instead, he circulated his divine sense and executed the heavenly heart pierce. The formless divine sense attack shattered the 6 tribulation half-true saints' sea of consciousness. On the 17th floor, all 6 tribulation half-true saints had fallen. Lin Yi, 17th floor pass. Countless experts in the plaza of the tiny spirit tower were shocked, and the sounds of discussion were everywhere. This is too terrifying. He passed the 17th floor so quickly. Simply invincible. How did he do it? His amplitude is 2.7. I'm so envious. He can't have passed the 18th level, right? On the square, there were hundreds and thousands of monstrous experts. Some were native, some were from the 2 empires, and some were from the 8 alien races. They were all staring at the crystal steel in astonishment. Most of them were envious. It would be great if they were as strong as Huang Xiaolong. However, reality was reality. In reality, they were no match for Lin Yi. While the crowd was wondering if Lin Yi had passed the 18th floor, the crystal steel emitted a blinding light, and a notification sounded, indicating that Lin Yi had passed the 18th floor. With that, all the powerful beings present went even crazier. But it didn't take long for Lin Ye's figure to appear in everyone's line of sight. He who had passed the 18th floor had failed on the 19th floor. Outsiders didn't know. The 16th floor, 17th floor, and 18th floor didn't depend on his martial strength. Instead, he relied on his divine sense. At the peak of the 52nd order, his strength was comparable to an 8th tribulation half-true saint. If his divine sense reached the 55th order, it would mean that his divine sense had reached the Tao. This was because a divine sense expert at the 55th order was equivalent to a divine sense saint, just like a martial saint. However, a divine sense saint was much more powerful and mysterious than a martial saint. Most of the time, a divine sense saint was invincible in the same realm. Not to mention invincible in the same realm, a divine sense saint was invincible in the same realm as a divine sense master. Even if one's divine sense was comparable to an 8th tribulation half-true saint. But against 8th tribulation half-true saints, he couldn't withstand a single blow. He had killed 2 of them, but he had also been killed. In the end, he failed on the 19th floor. Captain, you're awesome. 18th floor of the tiny spirit tower, sweeping through everything. With an amplitude of 2.8, no one in the world's heaven list can surpass him. Seeing Lin Yi come out, Zhang Xiaochu and the others were incomparably excited. They swarmed over and surrounded Lin Yi. Under the envious and worshipful gazes, the group left the tiny spirit tower square. It was the last 2 hours of the night, and also the last day of the month. Countless experts gathered in front of the world's heaven list. Looking at the changes on the heaven list, everyone's heartbeat quickened. However, everyone was clear that the world's heaven list's number 1, Lin Yi, was unshakable. At the very least, no one could shake him this month. Not even Nangong Xia. Soon, the world's heaven list's ranking was settled. First place, Lin Yi, amplitude of 2.8, heaven list score of 6410,000 points. Second place, Nangong Xia, amplitude of 2.5, heaven list score of 4570,000 points. Third place, Ruo Lanyu, amplitude of 2.0, heaven list score of 2970,000 points. Fourth place, Mu Zhili, amplitude of 1. 8. Heaven list score of 21700,000 points. 5th place, Zhang Xiaochu, amplitude of 1. 4. Heaven list score of 1480,000 points. 6th place, Qian Wu Xiu, amplitude of 1. 4. Heaven list score of 141,000 points. 7th place, Shui Feng, amplitude of 1. 5. Heaven list score of 136,000 points. 8th place, Lai Tenyu, amplitude of 1. 4. Heaven list score of 133,000 points. The world's top 1,000 heaven list names were imprinted in every expert's eyes. The most shocking thing was Lin Ye's heaven list score. It had reached 6.41 million, 2 million more than Nangong Xie. Other than the shock brought by Lin Yi, the members under him were also shocking. That was because 4 of the top 10 in the world's heaven list were his people. Including him, half of the world's heaven list was his team. The people in his team, combined with the heaven list score of the top 10, accounted for more than half. The other members were also in the top 20. For a moment, Lin Ye's team became the hottest topic in the Great Xiao World ruins once again. Even captains like Tian Yi, Ming Yang, and Shun Yu could only sigh in envy. Ming Yang and Gong Sun, you had grudges with Lin Yi. They hated Lin Yi to the bone, but they didn't dare to face Lin Yi. They were worried that Lin Yi would kill them. That was because Lin Yi was too strong. He was so strong that his team could sweep the world's heaven list. Countless experts were gathered in front of the world's heaven list. Lin Yi and the others were all gathered in the third prince's castle to celebrate. Fruit wine, spirit fruits, and snacks. Everyone was enjoying the fruit wine while watching the world's heaven list through the world spirit. In a small castle, more than half of the top 20 were occupied. Chapter 306. After discussion, Lin Yi asked Zhang Xiaochu and the others to continue hunting monsters to earn points on the heaven list, to maintain their rankings on the heaven list. In this way, they could gain more honor points. As for him, he would not go to the Dark Forest with them for the time being. This was because he was going to cultivate in the Tower of Time and strive to refine and integrate all the other blood of the great sage. Only in this way could he better comprehend other domains and break through to the semi-sage realm. However, he also said that he would not fight with them for the first half of the month. But in the second half of the month, he would go to the depths of the Dark Forest with them and hunt monsters crazily. He believed in the strength of Zhang Xiaochu and the others. As long as they were careful, no one in the world of Great Xia could threaten them. After all, they were all semi-sages. On the first day of the second month, Zhang Xiaochu and the others left Tiny Sprite City early in the morning. They went to the Dark Forest to hunt monsters. Lin Yi walked towards the Tower of Time. The first place on the heaven list had the opportunity to cultivate on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time for free. Lin Yi did not care how much time he was rewarded. Anyway, he decided to cultivate on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time for 10 days every month. Consuming the heaven list points was just a drop in the ocean for him. He came to the Tower of Time. Lin Yi greeted the Guardian and then entered the 4th floor. After entering the 4th floor, Lin Yi directly entered the ninefold space and began to cultivate. This time, he was not cultivating his domain, cultivation realm, martial skills, or divine thoughts. Instead, he was refining the blood of the great sage and then cultivating his domain. The blood of the great sage of the gold element has been integrated. Now, it should be integrated with the blood of the great sage of the wood element. Lin Yi muttered to himself. One day later, he sat cross-legged with a calm mind. With a move of his divine thoughts, a jade bottle appeared in front of him. The jade bottle was opened. An unparalleled holy aura was emitted. The source of the holy aura was that drop of crystal clear blood of the great sage. The holy aura of the great sage of the wood element almost overwhelmed Lin Yi. The holy aura of the blood of the great sage was not the holy aura of an ordinary sage. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Lin Yi carefully touched the wood-type great sage's blood. With the experience of fusing with a metal-type great sage's blood, Lin Yi wasn't completely calm, but he wasn't flustered either. He began the sacrificial refining in an orderly manner. 1 day, 2 days. On the 4th day, the wood-type great sage's blood fused. After fusing with the wood element great sage's blood, Lin Yi had 18 wood domains. Now that he had the wood territory, Lin Yi did not hesitate. He mysteriously appeared under the chaotic divine tree and began to cultivate the wood territory, improving it. 1 year, 2 years, 7 years passed. Lin Yi wholeheartedly cultivated the wood domain. Finally, his wood domain reached 10,000 Dao points. The 10,000 wood elemental domain had strengthened his life force and enhanced his self-healing body. This was something that he had never expected. Originally, he only wanted to reach the half-saint realm with the 5 elements great perfection. He didn't expect that the wood territory would make his self-healing body more magical. After the wood territory reached 10,000, Lin Yi began to sacrificial refine and fuse with the water type great sage's blood. With the metal type and wood type, it was easier to fuse with the water type. 14 years passed. The water type domain reached 10,000. He didn't find any benefits with the water type domain for the time being. The only strong point was that he could use the water type domain to launch a terrifying attack. On this day, Lin Yi heard the prompt in the ninefold space. It meant that the 10 days were up. When he entered the Tower of Time, he had already agreed that he would be reminded when the 10 days were up. 14 years in the ninefold space was only 10 days in the outside world. He stood up, and his figure strangely disappeared, as if he had evaporated. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the Tower of Time. He then left the Tower of Time, bowed to the Guardian, and left the square of the Tower of Time. He didn't return to the castle. Instead, he walked out of Tiny Spirit City. In the past 10 days, he didn't kill a single monster this month. He didn't have a single point on the heaven list. His name wasn't on the world heaven list. Looking at the world heaven list, Lin Yi revealed a smile. His figure flashed and disappeared. He passed by the yellow sand and flew towards the dark forest. He had the power of space and the wings of space. His speed was extremely fast. Although it wasn't as fast as teleportation, it wasn't far off. Flying at full speed, Lin Yi found Zhang Xiaochu and the others 10,000 miles away from the dark forest in a day. "Captain, you're here. There are too few demonic beasts in the periphery. We don't dare to go deeper. It's so frustrating." Seeing Lin Yi's arrival, Xuefeng was extremely excited. The others were the same. They were all First Tribulation half-true saints now. Moreover, they had obtained peerless 1,000 rune saint artifacts or 10,000 rune saint artifacts under the altar, as well as some targeted treasures. This made their strength even more terrifying. As First Tribulation half-true saints, they could easily kill a Fourth Tribulation half-true saint. If they encountered a Fifth Tribulation half-true saint, they could only run away. However, this was a reason why they felt so frustrated. Because there weren't enough Emperor Realm demonic beasts to kill in the periphery, it was hard for them to climb up the heaven list. In the depths of the altar, there were countless demonic beasts. However, they didn't dare to go there. Not to mention half-true saints. Even true saints didn't dare to set foot in that place. Ants could bite an elephant to death. "Then let's hurry. Let's fight at the altar." Lin Yi smiled and said. As soon as his voice fell, his figure disappeared into the boundless forest. Seeing Lin Yi's speed, they couldn't help but be stunned. By the time they reacted, they were already flying with all their might. They arrived at a place 200 miles away from the altar. Everyone used invisibility talismans and moved silently. With their powerful cultivations, after using the invisibility talisman, they smoothly passed through the dense crowd of demonic beasts and entered the altar. The altar was as quiet as ever. Other than the traces of demonic beast blood essence on it, there was nothing else. The battle had begun. They had wasted the first 11 days, and they wanted to use the last 10 days to climb up the heaven list. When the battle started, it was a crazy slaughter. Lin Yi was the same. With the addition of the green netherworld glaze, his heaven list value soared crazily. 17 days of nonstop fighting. Lin Ye's heaven list value reached 2.01 million. Qianwu's heaven list value reached 940,000. The other's heaven list value was around 800,000. This month's heaven list value was much lower than the previous month. The main reason was that they had wasted the first 11 days. Otherwise, with their strength, their heaven list value would definitely be higher than the previous month. Lin Ye's heaven list value was 200,000 points lower than the previous month, but it didn't affect his ranking. This month, at the end of the month, the world's heaven list, Lin Yi was still in first place, and his heaven list value was 6 million. Zhang Xiaochu and the others' rankings dropped a little. Chapter 307. Lin Yang Xiaochu, you guys, go to the 5th floor of the Treasure Pagoda now. By the holy array of heaven and earth, and cultivate it. By then, you won't have to hunt monsters alone. As long as the holy array is activated, monsters will fall in droves. It will be much better than now. In the 3rd prince's castle, Lin Yi said, let them cultivate the holy array of heaven and earth. The power of the holy array of heaven and earth was terrifying, but the consumption was also great. Of course, the speed of killing monsters was even more terrifying. I did think about it, but the holy array of heaven and earth is not so easy to cultivate. Lin Yang said, they had naturally been to the 5th floor of the Treasure Pagoda and seen the holy array of heaven and earth. It was a high-grade holy array. It was extremely difficult to cultivate. Even if they were half-saints now, they wouldn't be able to touch the surface without a year or two, let alone successfully cultivate it. I've cultivated it. It's not as difficult as you think. Moreover, you don't have to succeed in cultivating it. You just have to grasp it a little. As long as you can grasp it, you can use 1/3 of the power of the holy array to kill monsters. In the process, you can quickly cultivate the holy array through the evolution of the holy array. Lin Yi said, it would definitely take a long time for a half-saint to cultivate the holy array. Often, a half-saint wouldn't be able to cultivate the holy array in their lifetime. Even monstrous experts couldn't do it. However, mastering a little was naturally not a problem. As long as they could master a little, they could rely on the defense of the altar to kill monsters without restraint. It was countless times better than fighting alone. It's really worth a try. Shui Feng was excited when he heard Lin Ye's words. If they could really rely on the power of the holy array to kill monsters, their heaven list value would soar. Also, you can go directly to the altar. Just be careful. Don't be impulsive. Lin Yi instructed. In the Treasure Pagoda, there was an invisibility talisman that was even more precious than the invisibility talisman. Although it was expensive, they could afford it. 10,000 heaven list value was just a drop in the ocean for them. That's for sure. If those demonic beasts find out, even a saint would be in trouble. Captain, what about you? 3rd Prince asked Lin Yi. He didn't know what Lin Yi had planned. If it wasn't for Lin Yi, it would feel like something was missing. I'm still the same as last month. After cultivating in the Tower of Time for 3 months, I should be able to face the holy tribulation and promote to a semi-sage level knight. Before that, I could only try my best to rank 3 on the heavenly rankings. Lin Yi said. Now, he had already fused with 3 drops of the great sage's blood. As long as he fused the blood of the great sage with the blood of the earth great sage, he might be able to break through to the semi-sage realm. As for time, space, death, and life, they weren't something he could touch at the moment. I'm looking forward to the day when Captain becomes a half-saint. Captain is a half-saint. I dare say that Captain can directly charge into the altar from the outside. Xiao Yanqing smiled and said, everyone was looking forward to Lin Yi becoming a half-saint. They were all curious about how powerful Lin Yi would become after reaching the semi-sage realm. You guys, hurry up and fight. In half a year, the 9th floor of the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda will be opened. There's also a top-level secret realm that will open. Lin Yi said seriously. It was urgent to reach the semi-sage realm. He had to reach the semi-sage realm as soon as possible, at least before the top-level secret realm opened. The ninth floor of the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda was also worth looking forward to. However, he had to prepare more points on the heavenly rankings. I almost forgot. If I miss this opportunity, I will be left far behind by others. Captain, do you have anything else to say? Otherwise, I'll go to the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda to buy the holy formation of heaven and earth. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Yang Yinshin and the others couldn't help but be stunned. They couldn't wait to slap themselves hard. How could they forget such an important thing? They really admired themselves. Suddenly, they couldn't wait to leave immediately to buy the cultivation method of the holy formation of heaven and earth, and then hunt demon beasts to earn points on the heavenly rankings and honor points. Go ahead. Lin Yi waved his hand. Then, he left the castle of the third prince. The others went to the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda, and he went to the Tower of Time. It was also 10 days. After Lin Yi entered the fourth floor of the Tower of Time, he entered the ninefold space to sacrifice and fuse the blood of the great sage of fire and the blood of the great sage of earth. 14 years passed in the ninefold space. 10 days passed in the outside world. What Lin Yi didn't expect was, in the first 7 years, not only did he fuse with the blood of the great sage of fire, but his fire domain also reached 10,000. However, in the following 7 years, he couldn't fuse with the blood of the great sage of earth. This puzzled him. However, Biluo was still in a deep sleep. Otherwise, he could ask Biluo. If he couldn't fuse with the blood of the great sage of earth, the 5 elements couldn't be perfected. If the 5 elements couldn't be perfected, he naturally couldn't face the divine tribulation and break through to the semi-sage realm. For a time, he felt depressed and puzzled. He could only hunt demon beasts crazily and wait for Biluo to wake up to ask Biluo. Time passed day by day. Month after month passed. Unknowingly. It had been nearly a year since the Great Xiao World Ruins opened. Lin Yi controlled the heaven and earth holy array. With the addition of the Dark Glaze, he was number 1 on the world's heaven list for 10 months in a row. Moreover, his heaven list value for this year's heaven list had reached 14 million. His total heaven list value had reached 83 million. What puzzled him and made him curious was that his peerlessly beautiful senior sister, Nangong Xie, was closely behind him in terms of amplitude and heaven list value. This made him feel a sense of oppression. Lin Yi was number 1 in amplitude, and Nangong Xie was number 2. Lin Yi was number 1 on the world's heaven list, and Nangong Xie was number 2. Lin Yi was number 1 on the heaven list, and Nangong Xie was number 2. Other than him, 8 of the top 10 on the world's heaven list were his people. Mu Zhili, who was originally number 3, could only be ranked 10th. Among the top 10, only Nangong Xie and Ruo Lanyu weren't Lin Ye's people. Among the top 20, only a few were monstrous experts from other forces. On this day, the 8th and 9th floors of the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda were opened. Only the top 50 monstrous experts on the world's heaven list could enter the 8th floor. Only the top 10 honor points could enter the 9th floor. Captain, do you want to go to the 9th or 8th floor first? Zhuge Ling's crisp and sweet voice sounded. Let's go to the 8th floor. We can't afford the treasures on the 8th floor, but it's not bad to look around. At least it's motivating. Lin Yi smiled. What a joke. Not many people could afford the treasures on the 5th and 6th floors of the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda, let alone the 7th and 8th floors. The treasures on the 7th and 8th floors were enough to look around. As for buying them, it was better not to dream about it. The treasures on the 7th floor, except for the 9 cauldrons suppressing gods. The others all cost 100 million heaven list value. Even Lin Yi couldn't afford it, let alone others. However, if Lin Yi was given time, he could buy 2 supreme sacred artifacts in a year. As for the 8th floor, he was just curious. He didn't know what precious treasures there were. It couldn't be a divine artifact, right? Divine artifacts existed in legends and had long been extinct in the divine land. Soon, the top 50 monstrous experts on the heaven list entered the 8th floor of the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda. They arrived at the 8th floor. Everyone was stunned, because there were only a few dozen items on the 8th floor. Chapter 308. Saint's soul heavenly fruit. A spiritual fruit the size of a fist appeared in Lin Ye's sight. At this moment, Lin Ye's heart couldn't help but beat faster. He had seen the introduction of the Saint's soul heavenly fruit in ancient books. It was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Even in ancient times, it was a peerless treasure that could only be chanced upon. He didn't expect that there would be a Saint's soul heavenly fruit on the 8th floor of the Treasure Heaven Pagoda. Saint's soul heavenly fruit was useless to martial artists. It was a supreme treasure in the eyes of divine spiritual masters because it could improve and refine one's divine sense. If one was lucky, it could directly increase one's divine sense by 1 level. However, looking at the price, Lin Yi was also shocked. A Saint's soul heavenly fruit actually cost 50 million heaven list points. For other experts, it was definitely not worth it. However, for Lin Yi, even 500 million heaven list points wasn't enough to describe the value of a Saint's soul heavenly fruit. Now that his divine sense was at the peak of level 52, he had such a Saint's soul heavenly fruit. His divine sense could at least reach the peak of level 53 in a short time. He could even rely on a Saint's soul heavenly fruit to raise his divine sense to level 54. This way, his divine sense would be closer to becoming a divine sense saint. Once his divine sense reached level 54, he could even fight an ordinary saint without fear. Captain, we'll go out first. Captain, take your time. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaochu and the others left the 8th floor. Only Lin Yi and Nangong Xie were left on the 8th floor. At this moment, Lin Yi was in a dilemma. Should he use 50 million heaven list points to exchange for the Saint's soul heavenly fruit, or should he save them for a supreme artifact? This question had been haunting him, making him hesitate. This was the first time in his life that he was troubled by this question. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait another year. Junior brother, sometimes you have to look further. Sometimes you have to look closer. A virtuous cycle is better. Nangong Xie's sweet voice reached Lin Ye's ears, waking Lin Yi up. Soon, he understood Nangong Xiyu's intentions from her words. Moreover, he knew that Nangong Xiyu had discovered his current entanglement and had enlightened him, allowing him to walk out from his entanglement. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Yi raised his head and gave Nangong Xie a deep look. He had already decided in his heart. Without hesitation, he used 50 million heaven list points to exchange for a Saint's soul heavenly fruit. He only had 34 million points left on the heaven list. After doing all this, he left the 8th floor with Nangong Xie and headed towards the 9th floor. Only the top 10 monstrous experts with honor points could enter the 9th floor. On the 9th floor, apart from Mu Zhili and Ruo Lanyu, the others were either Lin Ye's people or people who didn't have much relationship with Lin Yi. This person was naturally Nangong Xie. The 9th floor of the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda. It only opens once a year. Only the top 10 honor points were allowed to enter. When Lin Yi and Nangong Xie entered the 9th floor, they were completely dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaochu and the others were also dumbfounded. There were 20 to 30 items on the 9th floor. All of them were supreme sacred artifacts. The prices of these treasures were puzzling. The most expensive supreme sacred artifact was only 50,000 honor points, and the cheapest was only 5,000 honor points. Compared to the prices of the treasures on the first 8 floors, the prices here were completely beyond everyone's imagination. In their imagination, the treasures here were incomparably precious, and the prices were heaven-defying. However, the treasures here were indeed incomparably precious, but the prices were surprisingly low, which made them feel doubtful and couldn't believe the prices. The one with the most honor points was naturally Lin Yi. His honor points were 78,100. Nangong Xie had 60,000. Yang Yinshun, who was in 10th place, had 7,000. Everyone could buy one of the treasures here. Of course, they definitely couldn't buy the best and most expensive treasures. However, even the worst treasure here was a low-grade supreme sacred artifact. There were less than 5 supreme sacred artifacts in the entire cleansed heavens territory. Looking at the entire divine continent, supreme sacred artifacts were the pinnacle treasures. They were all used to guard families or sections. It was impossible for a single expert to have a supreme sacred artifact. The treasures here are for the first and second place. Each person can only buy one. The first place has 3, the second place has 2. After buying this time, you can't buy it again unless you're in the top 3. Of course, honor points can be converted to heaven list points to buy the treasures on the 8th floor. If you buy the treasures on the 8th floor for the second time, you can only buy the treasures on the 7th floor for the next time. The top 3 are the exception. I'll give you 15 minutes to consider. If you want an item, the one with the highest ranking will have priority. On the 9th floor, the world spirit's voice sounded. After saying that, the voice disappeared. The entire 9th floor was incomparably quiet. After a short silence, the 10 people quickly sized up the treasures here and chose what they wanted to buy. Of course, the premise was that they had enough honor points. Also, it was based on their ranking. If the 8th and 9th place took a fancy to the same treasure at the same time, then the 8th place had to buy it first, and the 9th place could only give up. Senior sister, you don't have to buy this. When Lin Yi was choosing treasures, he saw Nangong Xie take a fancy to a ring. Lin Yi scanned it with his divine sense and discovered that this beautiful and simple ring was actually a spatial ring. As for how big it was, he wasn't sure. However, it was very expensive. It required 28,000 honor points. What's wrong? Nangong Xie's beautiful face revealed a curious expression. She looked at Lin Yi and asked, "What a waste of honor points and opportunities. This is for you." Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, Lin Yi took out a ring from the 9-fold space. A spatial ring. Then, he handed it over to Nangong Xie. Nangong Xie was startled. She didn't know the meaning behind Lin Yi's words. She also didn't know why Lin Yi handed this ring over to her. An unknown blush appeared on her beautiful face. However, she still took it. Then, she scanned the ring with her divine sense, and a trace of surprise appeared on her face. That was because she discovered that Lin Yi gave her a spatial treasure. Her divine sense entered the spatial ring. She discovered that there was actually a spatial ring that was 10 miles in length, width, and height. It was much better than the spatial ring that cost 28,000 honor points on the 9th floor of the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda. Little junior brother, is this for senior sister? Nangong Xie was incomparably happy. She asked Lin Yi, wanting to confirm whether this was a gift from Lin Yi or not. If senior sister wants to give me honor points, I won't be polite. Lin Yi smiled. Many thanks, little junior brother. Nangong Xie was startled. Then, she reacted. This spatial ring was a gift from Lin Yi. Lin Yi's words just now were clearly a joke, because in the Grand Xiao World ruins, honor points and heaven ranking points couldn't be privately traded. Chapter 309. Lin Yi gave her a spatial ring that was even better than the Treasure Sky Pagoda, so she was naturally overjoyed. She carefully put away the spatial ring. If she did not buy the spatial ring, she would have one more chance to choose other treasures, and could also save 28,000 honor points. After Lin Yi gave the spatial ring to Nangong Xie, he chose the treasures he wanted to buy. He was ranked first in honor points, so he had the right to buy 3 treasures. He had already made up his mind. He had to buy 3 treasures, even if it was slightly worse. Even if it was worse, it was still a supreme sacred artifact level treasure. Time passed by minute. Lin Yi chose 3 treasures. After buying them, his honor points were only left with more than 3,000. When he finished buying, the others had also chosen their treasures. None of the treasures chosen by the 10 people were the same. Of course, Lin Yi knew that there would definitely be people who had their eyes on the same treasure at the same time. It was just that there was an invisible gap between them. Because among the 10 people, other than Nangong Xie and him, 6 of the other 8 people were Lin Yi's people. Ruo Lanyu and Mu Zhili did not want to offend people who provoked Lin Yi, so they naturally did not want to use their rankings to suppress others. Zhang Xiaochu and the others would definitely not choose the same treasure. After buying the treasures, everyone left the 9th floor of the Treasure Sky Pagoda. This place opened once a year. If they wanted to enter again, they could only wait another year. Moreover, among them, they wouldn't be able to buy treasures on the ninth floor next year. Of course, there was no limit to the top 3 in the next year. Among the top 3, Lin Yi and Nan Gongxie would definitely have a spot. As for Zhang Xiaochu and the others, they would have to compete with Ruo Lanyu. The secret realm will open in 10 days. Those with honor points, please be prepared. A huge light screen appeared in the sky above Tiny Spirit City. Golden words were displayed on the light screen. Everyone in Tiny Spirit City could see this huge light screen. The huge light screen did not dissipate for a long time in the sky. It only disappeared a day later. The powerhouses in Tiny Spirit City were already boiling, but most of them could only be envious. After all, there were only a few people who had honor points. Only those in the top 100 of the heavenly rankings would be rewarded with additional honor points. Even if there were fluctuations in the rankings, there were those who had entered the top 100 and then dropped out. Of course, there were still honor points. In this way, there were only 200 to 300 people who had honor points. Therefore, the number of people who went to the secret realm was only about 1/50th. Secret realms are heaven for peak experts. Although the secret realm is dangerous, the rewards are also unimaginable. It's a pity that we don't have enough honor points to teleport us to the hidden realm. In the world of the Grand Xia, a secret realm teleportation will be opened once a year. At other times, you can also use honor points to teleport. However, the secret realms that you teleport to usually aren't that good. Not so good. That's only for those top powerhouses. They don't care about it, and they don't want to waste time to earn heaven list points and honor points. Actually, the secret realms that we use honor points to teleport to are definitely heaven for us. It is said that in the world of Grand Xia, there are over 10 million low-level secret realms, over 100,000 mid-level secret realms, and over 10,000 high-level secret realms. However, there are only 8 top-level secret realms. Those who are in the top 20 with honor points can teleport to a top-level secret realm once. This is a place that even those with honor points can't go to. Top-level secret realms, sigh, it has long exceeded the scope of our imagination. In Wiling City, the discussion about the secret realms had long been heated. In fact, the monstrous experts who entered the world of the Grand Xia already knew a little about the secret realms when they were outside. As for whether they could obtain it, it would depend on their luck and strength. Lin Yi naturally knew that the teleportation to the secret realms was about to open. At this moment, the entire god-battling team was gathered in his castle. Everyone's eyes were on him. There was anticipation, hesitation, excitement, fear, and worry. They were naturally excited and proud to have the opportunity to enter the secret realms. However, there were many dangers in the secret realms. If they were not careful, they would vanish into thin air and never be able to come out. Opportunity and danger were always together. The greater the opportunity, the greater the danger. This was an unchanging law since time immemorial. Secret realm teleportation. We have all entered the top-level secret realms. This time, there are few people who don't belong to our side. Therefore, we have to be careful. Of course, we have to be careful. Entering the secret realms is usually a random teleportation. Everyone, please be careful. As your captain, I should be leading you. However, in the secret realms, the rules do not allow it. Therefore, in the future, you can only rely on yourself. Only by relying on your own experiences of life and death can you become a true expert. Lin Yi pondered for a long time and said slowly, it was naturally good to be able to meet in the secret realms. However, if they could not meet, they could only rely on themselves. He could not help them for the rest of their lives. If they wanted to be truly strong, they had to be reborn from the ashes and rely on themselves to grow through life and death. No one can help them with this. Captain, let's work hard together. After we come out of the secret realms, we will fight together. I hope that when we meet again, Captain, you will have become a half-saint. In the secret realms, we will only have 2 or 3 months. As long as we are not teleported to the secret realms of death, we will have a great chance of returning with a full load. I believe that the world of the Grand Xia will not send us to our deaths. There's still 10 days. Let's prepare well. I plan to go to the Celestial Treasure Pagoda and exchange my heavenless points for useful elixirs and necessities. For this time, I will put all my wealth on the line. I cannot let myself have any regrets. The third prince and the others knew that Lin Yi was right. In their hearts, they still hoped that they could be together. However, even if they could not be together, they had to work hard for their future and for their lives. Fortunately, they had obtained precious treasures under the altar last time. Today, they had obtained a supreme sacred weapon in the Celestial Treasure Pagoda. Even if they did not obtain any treasures, they still had heavenless points to exchange for necessities. Prepare well. As your captain, this is your reward. Don't embarrass the god-battling team. Lin Yi stretched out his hand. Some rings, necklaces, bracelets, and belts appeared in front of him. Captain, what are these? Lai Tenya looked at the things that Lin Yi took out and could not help but be curious. Shouldn't they be rewarded with treasures, equipment, or cultivation methods? Why were they just some accessories? It looked a little awkward. The others had the same thought as Lai Tenya. They all looked at Lin Yi. Take a look. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand. 14 items flew to the third prince and the others. He did not give them a choice because Lin Yi did not have many space treasures with him. Under the puzzled gazes, they each took the items in front of them. They looked at them curiously. Soon, Zhuge Ling was the first to discover the secret. She had obtained a beautiful necklace. If the necklace was worn on her neck, it would definitely be beautiful. It was just right for her. However, as a woman, she was meticulous. She used her divine sense to scan the necklace. Chapter 310. Space Necklace. Zhuge Ling's sweet and clear voice sounded. She was extremely excited. When the others heard Zhuge Ling's voice, they couldn't help but be stunned, thinking that Zhuge Ling was confused. But driven by curiosity, they scanned the items in their hands with their divine senses. At this moment, everyone's expressions kept changing. They were surprised, excited, and thrilled. It's really a space treasure. A space treasure with a length, width, and height of 10 miles. A heaven-defying treasure. This is even better than the space ring on the 9th floor of the Treasure Pagoda. It's great. Captain, thank you. For the captain's reward, I have to become stronger and come back alive. Zhang Xiaochu, Xiao Yanqing, Yang Yinshun, and the others were all very excited. They looked at the items in their hands lovingly and carefully for fear of breaking them. They were protecting them as if they were their precious treasures. Having a space treasure was the greatest wish of all experts. It was like a mortal who wanted to become a sage. However, even if a mortal could become a sage, he could not fulfill his wish of having a space treasure, because space treasures had long been extinct in the Divine Land. Even if they were in the hands of those top forces. It was undoubtedly a dream to get a space treasure, and it was even impossible to get one. However, they did not expect that Lin Yi would give them a space treasure. No matter what the future is like, as long as I'm a captain, I only hope that you can become stronger and come back alive. Every time I go on an adventure, the elders will tell me that where there is life, there is hope. Survival is victory. Why do we work hard to cultivate and go against the heavens? It's all for the sake of living longer and more freely. Lin Yi finished speaking. Then he closed his eyes slightly and began to cultivate. This was a signal for the third prince and the others to leave. Everyone looked at Lin Yi. They all stood up, bowed slightly, and left Lin Ye's castle without saying anything. Where there is life, there is hope. Lin Ye's words sent waves of shock through their hearts. Their elders were stronger than Lin Yi, but they had never said such words. However, Lin Yi treated them as if they were his family. Lin Ye's words were even more precious than the spatial treasures Lin Yi gave them. He watched as Zhang Xiaochu and the others left. Lin Yi opened his eyes. With a thought, he took out the 3 treasures. At the same time, he called Silent Spirit out. Young Master. Silent Soul came out and bowed. He stood at the side, waiting for Lin Ye's orders. Although she didn't break through to the half-saint realm while practicing in the ninefold space, Her dark domain had reached 40,000 Dao, and light domain had reached 18,000 Dao. He had successfully cultivated the Book of Darkness. His strength had reached a terrifying level. Even Lin Yi might not be her match now. This treasure is for you to refine and use. I will enter the secret realm in 10 days. You can break through to the half-saint realm in there. Lin Yi picked up one of the treasures in front of him and handed it to Silent Soul. This was one of the 3 treasures he bought in the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda, the Source of Darkness. Low-grade supreme sacred artifact, the Source of Darkness. It was suitable for Silent Soul to use. Supreme sacred artifact. Refining it in the ninefold space was disadvantageous to the ninefold space. At least for now, he didn't dare to let Silent Soul use the supreme sacred artifact in the ninefold space, unless he opened the 6th seal of the ninefold space. Supreme sacred artifact. Silent Soul also realized that this sacred artifact was extraordinary, but he wasn't sure what level it was. He could only guess, but he still didn't believe it. After all, supreme sacred artifacts were too rare. Even the Celestial Fox clan only had one supreme sacred artifact. Because of that supreme sacred artifact, other clans didn't dare to provoke the Celestial Fox clan. In other words, the Celestial Fox clan relied on that supreme sacred artifact to survive. It's a low-grade supreme sacred artifact, but don't use it carelessly. Be careful of the backlash. Lin Yi nodded. Supreme sacred artifact. Only powerful saints dared to use it. Celestial realm cultivators didn't even dare to touch it. Even a half-saint would suffer from the backlash if they weren't careful, even if it was just a low-grade supreme sacred artifact. Silent Soul knows. Silent Soul nodded, took the Source of Darkness, and walked into a random room. The castle. There were many big and small rooms. Not to mention Silent Soul, even 100 people could live in it. While Silent Soul was refining the supreme sacred artifact, Lin Yi also began to refine the remaining 2 supreme sacred artifacts. Supreme Heaven Suppression Cauldron. Middle grade supreme sacred artifact. It was the best of the 3 supreme sacred artifacts he bought. This supreme sacred artifact was mainly for defense. It had a magical power. It was invincible as a sex treasure. He happened to have the 9 Cauldrons God Suppression martial technique. With the Heaven Suppressing Supreme Cauldron, his defense was invincible. Even if he used it to attack, it could flatten a mountain range. 3 days of continuous refining. The Heaven Suppressing Supreme Cauldron was finally refined. The stronger the treasure, the harder it was to refine and fuse it into one. Not to mention he had the Divine Sword Constitution and the Divine Sword in his body. Refining the Heaven Suppressing Supreme Cauldron in 3 days was already heaven-defying. However, although the refining was successful, it didn't mean that he could control it. In order to unleash its power, he had to slowly refine it. After refining the Heaven Suppressing Supreme Cauldron, Lin Yi didn't stop. A drop of blood essence was offered. The blood essence was pointed at the other supreme sacred artifact. Low-grade supreme sacred artifact, Crimson Flames. Broadsword. The sword was as wide as a palm and 5 feet long. The sword exuded a destructive aura. Just the saint aura of this supreme sacred artifact was enough to kill anyone below the half-saint realm. It took him a day to refine the Crimson Flames successfully. It was mainly because he had the Divine Sword Constitution and had 10,000 sword domains. Both supreme sacred artifacts have been successfully refined. If he wanted to truly unleash their power, it would be a matter for the future. He couldn't do it for the time being. It would take a long time to nurture it. It couldn't be done in a short time. On this day, when Lin Yi was about to cultivate the 9 Cauldrons God Suppression martial technique, Biluo woke up from her deep sleep. She saw the golden page in Lin Yi's sea of consciousness immediately and couldn't help but be stunned. This reaction made Lin Yi curious. Something that could make Biluo stunned was definitely not ordinary. Where did this come from? Biluo took the initiative to communicate with Lin Yi. She asked Lin Yi. In her words, she was referring to the golden page. I got it from the altar. Why, do you know this thing? Lin Yu was energized. He had a lot of things to ask Biluo. Now that Biluo had woken up, he was naturally happy. Speaking of the golden page, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. After opening the altar, everyone else got treasures, but he got unknown responsibilities and worries. Chapter 3:11. You really know how to stir up trouble. This is one of the 9 great divine books of the universe, the wordless heavenly book. However, you've only gotten one page. Bai Luo took a deep breath, calming herself down from the shock. She never expected to see the wordless heavenly book, one of the 9 great divine books of the universe, in Lin Ye's Sea of Consciousness. The wordless heavenly book was the most magical and mysterious. It was a pity that Lin Yi had only gotten one page. It would be amazing if he could get the complete wordless heavenly book. The 9 great divine books. The wordless heavenly book. What exactly is it? Lin Yu was in a daze. He didn't know what the 9 great divine books were. Biluo made it sound so magical, but in the end, he still didn't understand what the wordless heavenly book was for him. What he wanted to know the most now was about the wordless heavenly book. The 9 great divine books aren't something you can come into contact with now, because you're too far away from them. Even if you were given another 10 million years, you might not be able to come into contact with them. It won't do you any good to know now. Since it's the wordless heavenly book, how would I know? Only when you collect the complete wordless heavenly book will you know its uses and secrets. If I'm not wrong, there should be 9 altars when you were involved in a monstrous conspiracy. Perhaps the wordless heavenly book can be found in the other 8 altars. Once you integrate the complete wordless heavenly book, the truth will be revealed. Biluo said unhappily. She was indeed powerful in the past. However, she hadn't come into contact with the 9 great divine books, let alone the most mysterious and magical wordless heavenly book. Do you know about the 9 heavens court? Lin Yi pondered for a while and asked Biluo. He told Biluo everything that happened after he entered the altar, hoping that Biluo could help him. I've heard of it. It's the land of law in the lower major world. The wordless heavenly book appeared in the lower major world, so it should have fallen in the great Xia world. This is a conspiracy because the 9 great divine books can't fall in the lower major world by themselves. The wordless heavenly book is in the world of Grand Xia, but the world of Grand Xia has been buried. If you want to know the truth, you'd better collect the textless heavenly book. Dispersing the textless heavenly book is the most common concealment method. If I wasn't in your sea of consciousness, I wouldn't have discovered that you had the textless heavenly book. The previous ruler of the Grand Xia must have been afraid that his enemies would discover the wordless heavenly book. That's why he separated it. Biluo analyzed what Lin Yi had seen and heard. He voiced out his thoughts. The only truth could only be discovered after the wordless heavenly book was collected. Lice are no longer itchy. Take it one step at a time. I just need to become stronger. Lin Yi took a deep breath. There were already countless unknown secrets on his body. One more wordless heavenly book wouldn't make much of a difference. At most, he would just vanish in a thin air. Could there be something more terrifying than vanishing in a thin air? The master that he had never met. The previous life of the divine master. There was also the heavens will fan. So what if there was one more wordless heavenly book? Your earth type, great sage's blood. When fusing, first suppress the other 4 types. The other 4 types of domains have reached 10,000. Naturally, the earth type great sage's blood can't be fused. Refine the earth type great sage's blood and cultivate the earth type domain to 10,000. Then cast the other 4 types. Biluo seemed to know what Lin Yi wanted to ask her. Before Lin Yi could speak, she said first. This was also the problem she saw from Lin Ye's cultivation situation. According to Lin Ye's cultivation speed, Lin Yi should have been a semi-sage by now. However, she saw that not only was Lin Yi not a semi-sage, but he also hadn't completely refined and fused the 5 types of great sage's blood. He probably didn't know how to refine and fuse the earth type great sage's blood. I see. Lin Yi was suddenly enlightened. No wonder no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't refine and fuse the Earth-type Great Sage's blood. It turned out that he didn't find the correct method. Now that he knew the reason, his confusion was immediately solved. Without any hesitation, he stood up and walked towards the Tower of Time. There were still 5 days before he had to enter the secret realm. During these 5 days, he would refine and fuse the Earth-type Great Sage's blood in the Tower of Time. If he missed these few days, he would have to wait until he came back from the secret realm. In the secret realm, everything was unknown. The stronger he was, the more likely he would be to come out alive. The stronger he was, the more likely he would be to survive. On the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, Lin Yi entered the 9-layer space. The time ratio was stacked. According to Biluo's instructions, he suppressed the metal, wood, water, and fire domains and focused on refining the Earth-type Great Sage's blood. Sure enough, without the presence of the first 4 elements, the Earth-type Great Sage's blood was easily refined and fused. After refining and fusing the Great Sage's blood, Lin Yi hurried to the chaotic divine tree to cultivate the Earth-type domain. In 6 years, he had obtained 10,000 Dao in the Earth-type domain. Now the 5 domains of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth had reached 10,000 Dao. It was time to fuse. Fusing the 5 elements to form the great perfection of the 5 elements. In a 9-layer space, the 5 domains emitted colorful brilliance. They were magical and dazzling. They repelled each other, but they also fused and complemented each other. It was a magical world. Lin Yi didn't dare to be careless. He focused all his attention on the fusion of the 5 domains. Time passed by minute. After 3 months, he finally fused the 5 domains. The great perfection of the 5 elements. The fusion of the 5 domains formed a unique and powerful domain. In this domain, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth could be used at the same time or separately. Although the 5-elemental domain only had 10,000 Dao paths, its power was many times stronger than a single domain with 50,000 Dao paths. Finally, I succeeded. Lin Yi muttered to himself. He couldn't hide the excitement on his face. After such a long time, the 5 elements domain had finally reached the great perfection. Of course, there was still a long way to go to fuse all 9 drops of the Great Sage's blood. It might be something that he couldn't accomplish in his lifetime. However, now that the 5 elements domain had been fused, he could break through to the semi-sage realm. If he reached the semi-sage realm, he would soar to the sky. Even if he encountered a sage, he could fight. This was the power of the 5 elements domain, and also the power of his semi-sage realm. In other words, his strength was limited by his realm. He looked at the time. He was very close to the teleportation of his secret realm. He didn't dare to delay and hurriedly left the Tower of Time. When he left the Tower of Time, there were already powerhouses gathering in the central square of Tiny Spirit City. Because the teleportation of the secret realm was at the central square of Tiny Spirit City. Lin Yi's figure flashed and quickly returned to his castle. After calling Silent Soul into the 9-layer space, he didn't stop and walked towards the central square. When he arrived at the central square, countless powerhouses had already gathered here. Almost all the powerhouses in Tiny Spirit City were gathered here. Although 95% of the powerhouses here couldn't enter the secret realm, they were all here to broaden their horizons. Maybe it would be their turn next year. Chapter 312. Captain this way. Zhang Xiaochu and the rest were the first to notice Lin Yi's arrival, because they went to Lin Yi's castle. However, Lin Yi was not in the castle, causing them to search for a long time. They had no choice but to come to the central square first. Otherwise, everyone would miss the time to teleport to the secret realm. They were all very happy to see Lin Yi. Under countless envious gazes, Lin Yi walked to Zhang Xiaochu's side. At the edge of the altar in the central square, there were only about 200 people. These 200 people all had honor points and could use the teleportation portal to go to the secret realm. Except for the top 20 who will go to the top-level secret realm. The rest can choose their destination. Each secret realm only has 2 months. After 2 months, you must return to Tiny Spirit City, otherwise you will stay in the secret realm forever. Remember, remember. Now, the secret realm teleportation begins. Get ready. At the edge of the altar, a guardian spoke. He explained the simple rules of the secret realm teleportation. After speaking, he activated the altar's teleportation portal. Next to the portal, there was the amount of honor points required to enter the portal. Low-level secret realm, 100 honor points. Mid-level secret realm, 1,000 honor points. High-level secret realm, 10,000 honor points. Top-level secret realms did not have honor points requirements, but there was a fixed quota. That was only the top 20 on the honor points list could enter. If anyone outside the top 20 entered, they would be killed by the guardian. Soon, the 200 people below had chosen the secret realm to go to, except for Lin Yi and the rest. The top 20 entered the top-level secret realm. Only 8 people entered the mid-level secret realm. The rest all entered the low-level secret realm. It was obvious how difficult it was to obtain honor points. Even Lin Yi did not have enough honor points to enter the high-level secret realm after purchasing 3 treasures. If he was not in the top 20, he could only choose the mid-level secret realm now. The powerhouses who entered the low-level secret realm stepped into the portal one by one. Finally, they disappeared. A moment later, the portal to the low-level secret realm closed. Next was the mid-level secret realm. Only 8 powerhouses entered the mid-level secret realm. In a few breaths, all of them were teleported away. At the edge of the altar, only 20 people, including Lin Yi, were left. Among these 20 people, 15 were Lin Yi's men. They felt that this top-level secret realm teleportation was prepared for Lin Yi and the others. It could be said that they had monopolized the top-level secret realms, and countless cultivators were envious of them. The powerhouses of the Tianyang Empire felt proud, envious, and regretful. If he had chosen to follow Lin Yi back then, it would have been a turning point in his fate. Now, the people who followed Lin Yi were high and mighty, leaving them far behind. They believed that after going through the top-level secret realm, they would be on a completely different level from Lin Yi and the others. Finally, someone understood. Choice was a form of strength. It was also a kind of luck. If he made the right choice, he would soar into the sky. If he made the wrong choice, he would be doomed eternally. Captain, good luck. Captain, we're leaving. Captain, take care. Captain, I hope you'll become a half-saint when you return. Zhang Xiaochu and the others saw that Lin Yi wasn't going to be the first to enter the secret realm, so they walked towards the teleportation gate on the altar. They entered the teleportation gate and bade farewell to Lin Yi. Everyone respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Countless powerhouses saw this. They were curious and envious. They didn't know how Lin Yi did it. In the hearts of countless powerhouses, Lin Yi had been regarded as a mysterious existence. Senior sister, let's go. Lin Yi watched as everyone entered the teleportation gate one by one. At the edge of the altar, only he and Nangong Xie were left. He said to Nangong Xie with a faint smile on his face. He didn't care about entering the secret realm at all. At his state of mind, he had already reached the point where he couldn't show his emotions. Let's go. Nangong Xie nodded, and a sweet smile appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. This smile made everything pale in comparison. All the powerhouses in the square couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble and their eyes revealed infatuation. Under the envious gazes of countless people, Lin Yi and Nangong Xie walked side by side and entered the teleportation gate. The altar regained its calm. Countless powerhouses were discussing in low voices. In the ancient times of the Great Xiao world, top-level secret realms were places where the disciples of the super forces of the Great Xiao world went to train. There were countless opportunities inside, but there was also a corresponding danger. Every person who came out of the top-level secret realms would definitely become a peerless powerhouse. How vast was the Great Xiao world? However, there were only 8 top-level secret realms. One could imagine how difficult it was to enter the top-level secret realms. It was as difficult as the monstrous geniuses of the 2 great empires of the heavenly purification territory entering the Great Xiao world. It was even 1,000 times more difficult than the monstrous geniuses of the two great empires entering the Great Xiao world. The two great empires and the 8 foreign races had more than 2,000 slots to enter the Great Xiao world each time, and the monstrous geniuses of the Great Xiao world only had 20 slots each time. Whoosh, after entering the teleportation gate, Lin Ye's entire body was wrapped in light, making him unable to resist. He couldn't even move his fingers. He could only let the teleportation power send him deeper. After an unknown amount of time, the light on Lin Ye's body disappeared, and his eyes brightened up. He was suspended in the air. Feeling suspended in the air, Lin Yi subconsciously stabilized his body, suspended in the air, and looked around. Soon, he figured out that he was in a place similar to an underground palace. Because the air here was a little low, there was no sky above, only hard stone walls. What kind of secret realm is this? Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head. He had entered a secret realm before, but it was completely different from the one in front of him. Secret realms. The so-called secret realms were independent small worlds or some dangerous places. However, there was also a sky and a land. It was definitely not a place similar to an underground palace like this. He slowly descended. With a thought, he called Silent Soul out from the ninefold space. Silent Soul appeared beside Lin Yi and looked around. "Master, what is this place?" Silent Soul asked curiously. "I'm not sure either. After the secret realm teleportation, I appeared here," Lin Yi said. He extended his divine sense, but the end of his divine sense was still the same. There was no change at all. This made Lin Yi completely stunned. His divine sense was at the peak of level 52, and everything within 100 miles was within his control. Just now, his divine sense extended over 100 miles, and he didn't find anything. It was as if the whole world was in front of him. "Master, wait a minute. Let me try using the dark domain." Just as Lin Yi was about to move forward, Silent Soul said. After that, the dark domain was activated. At this moment, the whole world was pitch black. There was no light, and even divine sense was cut off. The overwhelming darkness spread into the distance. Lin Yi and Silent Soul were in the darkness. Silent Soul was like a goddess in the darkness, controlling the light and darkness of this world. Time passed by second. Chapter 3:13. In the Dark Realm, Silent Soul was the ruler. Soon, she figured out the situation in this world. There was no danger for now. The two of them walked forward in the Dark Realm. Her domain of darkness continued to extend forward. After an unknown period of time, Solitary Spirit stopped. Her domain of darkness had sensed that her own domain of darkness had appeared in the sky. "Gongzi, the exit is in front," Silent Soul said. She held onto Lin Ye's arm and quickly flew forward. In the Dark Realm, she was the ruler. Lin Yi could only follow her, or else he would be destroyed by her Dark Realm. The power of the Dark Realm was more terrifying than he imagined. Soon, the two of them arrived under the sky. Silent Soul had already retracted her Dark Realm. Something's not right. Lin Yi looked around. Then he turned around and looked at the place where he just came out. The place where he came out was a cave overgrown with weeds. He couldn't see anything, which made Lin Yi frown. "Gongzi, what's wrong?" Silent Soul saw Lin Ye's expression and asked in confusion. "Teleportation gate. Only between cities there would be teleportation. In the hidden realm, it's impossible to teleport to a fixed location. When we teleported here, the place we appeared at seemed to be a fixed location. Could it be? Let's go back." Lin Yi fell into deep thought. He muttered to himself. Generally speaking, teleportation would only take place between cities at fixed points. Otherwise, the teleportation location would be random. Teleporting into the hidden realm, it's even more impossible to teleport to a fixed location. But he just came through a teleportation gate. The way he appeared was obviously a fixed location teleportation. In other words, where he appeared, there must be an altar or a teleportation gate. After saying that, his figure flashed. He went into the cave and once again entered the dark underground palace. Silent Soul followed closely behind. Inside, it was dark. But it wasn't damp. There were solid stone walls above. Following the memories, Lin Yi and Silent Soul ran in the same direction. Time passed by, and after running for half an hour, they finally returned to their original location. Light of daybreak. The moment Lin Yi stopped, Yi Zichen stopped. Silent Soul opened up her light domain and extended her slender hand. A magical light was emitted, instantly turning the dark world bright without a trace of darkness. Lin Yi was shocked by Silent Soul's light domain. It was indeed rare for a person to possess the ultimate domains of darkness and light. Of course, others would also criticize him. The five elements domain had reached perfection. The five elements reinforced and restrained each other, and he had also fused them together. The light made the darkness disappear. Shocking. Other than shock, there was still more shock. If he didn't know that this was an underground palace, he would definitely think that this was a world because this place was too big, so big that it was beyond his imagination. The two of them quickly ran in the same direction. After running for half a day, they still hadn't reached the end. The further they went, the more fearful they became. Yeah. While running, Lin Yi nodded and frowned. He stopped, closed his eyes, and returned his divine sense to his body. Silent Soul saw Lin Yi's movements and couldn't help but be curious, but he didn't dare to disturb Lin Yi. After a while, Lin Yi opened his eyes with a hint of excitement on his face. His body flashed quickly. Silent Soul quickly followed behind. 2 hours. Lin Yi stopped again. His eyes looked ahead. The corner of his mouth revealed a confident smile. He saw that 100 meters away from him was an altar, a huge altar. This altar was exactly the same as the one in the dark forest. This is it, Lin Yi said. Gongzi, what is this altar? Is it a portal? Silent Soul looked at the altar in confusion, then looked at Lin Yi's expression and asked curiously. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, he should know the use of this altar. The ruins of the great Xiao world. There are a total of 9 altars like this. I've already found one. This is the second one. I just didn't know why the top secret realm teleportation only sent me here. Is it a coincidence or is it destined? Lin Yi said. He didn't say anything about the wordless heavenly book and the secrets of the great Xiao world. He only briefly introduced the use of this altar. Gongzi, can you open this altar? Silent Soul scanned the altar with his divine sense. He found that the divine runes on the altar were magical. It wasn't something an ordinary person could do to open the seal. Although Lin Yi's strength and talent were heaven-defying, he wasn't an array master. Yes, but it will take some time. Leave a domain here first, Yi Futian said. Come back here when the secret realm is over. Lin Yi nodded. Although Biluo helped him last time, he knew the method to open the seal. However, he didn't have the ability yet. He had to reach the half-saint level first. Once he reached the half-saint level, he would have more confidence. Even if he couldn't open the seal himself, Biluo could also borrow his half-saint power to open the seal. He couldn't rely on himself to kill 3 million beasts for the blood sacrifice, right? Okay. Silent Soul nodded and waved his hand. A light domain descended. Then, the two of them flew outside. They returned much faster than when they came. In less than 6 hours, they appeared under the sky. Looking at the entrance of the cave, Lin Yi left a divine sense here. His divine sense was here. It was equivalent to him leaving a divine sense here. Even if they were thousands of miles apart, he could easily find this place. Whoosh, whoosh, in the endless mountains, a tall figure flew across the sky. Human, since you're here, then stay. In the sky, the wind and clouds were changing. The originally clear sky was now filled with dark clouds. Demonic miasma filled the sky. Wherever the demonic miasma passed, the earth became demonic. Flowers and trees mutated, and birds, beasts, and insects turned into demonic creatures. A thunderous voice shook the entire world. The tall figure was running as if he was running for his life. This person was Mu Zhili, ranked in the top 20 of the honor points ranking. He was a peak transcendence golden body expert and a local expert. In the outside world, he was definitely an existence that countless experts looked up to. However, at this moment, he was in a sorry state, like a dog that had lost its home. His face was filled with horror. Abominable demons. Mujili cursed as he ran for his life. Thinking of his luck, he really wanted to die. Not long after entering the secret realm, he found a powerful seal formation. After easily opening the seal, he obtained many treasures inside. But at this time, a change occurred. A powerful demonic soul was rapidly growing under the seal. Gradually, it formed a shadow. Chapter 3:14. Screams resounded through heaven and earth. Mujili held his head with both hands, rolling on the ground with a twisted expression. After an unknown amount of time, Mujili stopped, but his eyes were blood red. His whole body exuded a terrifying demonic aura. Gugu Mujili's throat made two guttural sounds, and his eyes exuded an evil light. He seemed to have become another person. The demonic aura in the void had long disappeared. Everything returned to calm. This demon lord is out. Mujili stuttered. It was as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. From his words, it was confirmed that the current Mujili was no longer Mujili. In other words, the body was Mujili, but the soul and thoughts were not Mujili. But soon, Mujili's eyes and aura returned to normal. Silent soul, guard me. I'm going to break through to the half-step saint. After Lin Yi and Silent Soul left the altar cave, they wandered around the secret realm for half a month without finding anything. This made Lin Yi a little depressed. Top secret realm? What kind of top secret realm was this? Then he found a good place to start cultivating, preparing to break through to the half-step saint. Only when he reached the half-step saint could he exert his strength to the peak. Only when he reached the half-step saint could he open the altar seal. 2 months he could not delay. Silent Soul wishes young master to reach the half-step saint soon. Silent Soul nodded gently. Then she found a place 1,000 meters away from Lin Yi and sat down to guard Lin Yi. Her cultivation was at the peak of the heaven realm. She was only 1 step away from the half-step saint. Coupled with the darkness domain and light domain, and the supreme artifact source of darkness, even a 3rd or 4th tribulation half-step saint would not be her opponent. Her strength was not much different from Lin Yi. She sat cross-legged and circulated her cultivation technique. Originally, her cultivation had reached the peak of the heaven realm, but her 5 elements domain had not reached perfection, so she could not receive the saint tribulation. Now her 5 elements domain had reached perfection, and there was no more regret. Boom, 10 days later, Lin Yi finally welcomed the divine tribulation. The heaven-shaking saint tribulation destroyed the heavens and the earth. The heavens and earth within a radius of 1,000 miles turned dark. Thunder rumbled and lightning arcs descended. This scene was like the end of the world. The horrifying commotion made Silent Spirit shocked too, even though she wasn't a half-saint yet. However, he still knew a little about the half-saint's divine tribulation. The more monstrous an expert was, the more terrifying their tribulation would be. For ordinary geniuses, their tribulation would only be a mile wide. Even a peerless genius tribulation wouldn't be more than 100 miles wide. As for Lin Yi, his first divine tribulation caused the color of everything within 1,000 miles to change. In just 10 breaths of time, destructive holy tribulation lightning arcs descended from the sky. Arcs of lightning pierced through space and shattered it. For a time, Lin Yi was completely submerged in the holy tribulation. His body was constantly bombarded by the lightning arcs of the tribulation. In the blink of an eye, his clothes were torn to pieces and he was badly battered. He no longer had the demeanor of an expert. Instead, he looked more like a beggar. At this moment, Lin Yi didn't have the mind to care about anything else. He was fully focused on accepting the baptism of the divine tribulation. In the face of such a terrifying tribulation, Lin Yi didn't dare to be distracted. If he was distracted, he might disappear under the divine tribulation. Time passed by minute. The lightning arcs of the divine tribulation struck Lin Yi for a quarter of an hour before it stopped. Lin Ye's body was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. His clothes were all gone. However, the moment the divine tribulation disappeared, his entire body exploded with a shocking amount of holy aura. His body instantly recovered. His bronze skin was filled with an unparalleled sense of power. Half-saint, first tribulation half-saint. Lin Yi felt the flow of power in his body. He was excited. Even though he was only a first tribulation half-saint, he was 1,000 times stronger than when he had his transcendence golden body. The two were on a completely different level. His domain became even more powerful at this moment. Originally, his 5 elements domain had 10,000 strands. After breaking through the divine tribulation, his domain instantly reached 14,000 strands. His true essence became even more powerful. Whoosh, boom, just as Lin Yi passed the divine tribulation and became a first tribulation half-saint, a black cloud rolled over. The black cloud was 1,000 meters long in an instant, crushing toward Lin Yi. Space was constantly shattered in front of this black cloud. Seeing this, Silent Soul slapped out across space. However, not only did the black cloud not stop, it became even faster. Silent Soul's delicate body trembled, and she quickly retreated. A look of horror appeared on her beautiful face. Lin Yi also noticed this scene. He reached out, took out a set of clothes from the 9-layer space, and quickly put it on. His face was solemn. He knew Silent Soul's strength. Even if she was not as strong as him, there was not much difference. Under Silent Soul's attack, except for a few Celestial Realm experts who could withstand it, the rest would be killed in one blow. However, that black cloud was extremely terrifying. Silent Soul could not shake it at all. When his divine sense swept over, there was a figure in the black cloud. A familiar figure. Mujili. The black cloud stopped 1,000 meters away from Lin Yi. Then, a figure appeared from the black cloud. It was a young man. Seeing this young man, Lin Yi was stunned. He was a local genius of the Great Xiao world. He had always been in the top 10 of the world's heaven ranking. He entered the portal with him and came to this top-level secret territory. He did not expect him to become so terrifying. His cultivation was still of the celestial realm, but his strength was extremely strange. Even he, who was now a half-saint, felt threatened. Book of Darkness. Silent Soul saw that Lin Yi had just passed the divine tribulation and his cultivation was not stable. Without hesitation, she activated the Book of Darkness and her peak transcendence golden body cultivation. Suddenly, there was a shocking burst of power. Her delicate body flashed, and her slender finger pointed. Mujili laughed coldly. With a wave of his hand, a black cloud crushed towards Silent Soul. Suddenly, the two fought in the air. Mujili's strength was strange and terrifying. It was beyond Lin Ye's imagination. Although he had never seen Mujili fight, in his opinion, Mujili's strength could only be ranked in the top 5 in the Great Xiao World ruins. He was far from Silent Soul. Silent Soul had 40,000 dark domains and 18,000 light domains. He also had the supreme artifact, Darkness Pool. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. Rumble, rumble in the air. The destructive battle caused the earth to collapse. The mountains and rivers were turned upside down at this moment. Demon's possession. Lin Yi floated in the air and looked at the battle between Silent Soul and Mujili seriously. Soon, he felt a familiar aura from Mujili. He had encountered this aura before. It was the aura of the demons. Although Mujili hid it well, but it was still discovered by Lin Ye's divine telekinesis and senses. Mujili was a local genius of the Great Xiao world. He had seen him a few times in Weiling City, but he did not have this aura. Just now, he found the aura of the demons. Coupled with Mujili's strength, it was terrifying. Needless to say, he was possessed by the powerful demons. Chapter 3:15. Slowly, Silent Soul was at a disadvantage. Even if she had 40,000 dark domain and 18,000 light domain. But Mujili had an even more terrifying domain. His domain had reached 90,000, almost evolving into a domain talent. At that time, he would be invincible in the same level. Even a saint wouldn't be his opponent. What shocked Lin Yi was that, after Mu Zhili was possessed by the demon clan, his domain no longer belonged to him. It was as if he had had such a pure and terrifying domain since millions of years ago. His proficiency in using the domain was several levels higher than solitary spirits. Rumble, rumble, an earth-shattering battle. Dark domain and light domain. And the demon domain of the demons, shattering the space around them. Everyone outside could feel the destructive battle. The sky was shattering inch by inch, as if the end of the world had arrived. Heart of the Saintess. Holy light. A solemn expression appeared on solitary spirit's beautiful face. Her opponent's strength was beyond her imagination. Realizing that she was at a disadvantage, if she didn't seize the initiative, she wouldn't have a chance to turn the situation around. Without hesitation, she used the most mystical technique of the Heavenly Fox clan. Heart of the Saintess. That's right, it was the heart of the Saintess. Suddenly, a mystical mark appeared between Silent Soul's eyebrows. A mysterious light pierced through space and shrouded Mu Zhili. You overestimate yourself. Mu Zhili's throat made a sound as he spoke. His voice was a bit stiff. He made a strange gesture with his hands and grabbed at the void. Endless devil chi burst out, and the terrifying devil chi instantly formed a shocking devil dragon. The demonic dragon roared and charged towards Silent Soul's holy light. Holy light, demon's nemesis. However, Silent Soul was too weak and might not be able to restrain the demonic dragon. As expected, the demonic dragon and the holy light clashed. The demonic dragon kept trembling as its huge tail swayed in the air. It was in a stalemate with the holy light. Soon, the holy light only injured the demonic dragon. The demonic dragon shattered the holy light and clawed at Silent Soul. Wherever the demonic dragon claw passed, the space shattered. In front of the mystic dragon, Silent Soul's petite body was like an ant. Source of darkness. Seeing that Silent Soul was about to be destroyed by the mystic dragon, Silent Soul didn't panic at all. Her beautiful face was extremely calm, like a goddess from the ninth heaven. She stretched out her jade-like hand. A ball of dark light appeared in her jade-like hands. This radiance erupted with the shocking might of a saint artifact. The power of a sacred artifact spread out, and everything in its path turned into nothingness. Mu Zhili, who had been calm all this while, had a serious expression on his face. He didn't expect Silent Soul to have a supreme sacred artifact. In the face of the supreme sacred weapon's power, he was also sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of pitch-black blood. At this moment, the might of the sacred artifact flattened everything within 1,000 miles. Then, the supreme sacred artifact, the source of darkness, erupted with a dark beam of light. The beam of light pierced through the space and crushed toward Mu Zhili. Everything in its path was annihilated. This was the overpowered power of a supreme sacred artifact. Silent Soul could only unleash 1% of the supreme sacred artifact's power, but even that was already overpowered. Roar! Mu Zhili roared. Then, he turned into a ray of light and shot toward the sky. The dark clouds rolled toward the sky. But as soon as Mu Zhili escaped, the supreme sacred artifact's beam of light struck him. Mu Zhili's body was shattered into pieces and fell into the dark clouds. The dark clouds moved even faster. He's not dead. After him, Lin Yi said. His psychic sense told him that while Mu Zhili was destroyed by the supreme sacred artifact, he wasn't truly dead. His life was still in the dark clouds. The demons had miraculous means. There must be a way to recover, just like his self-healing body. He couldn't let the demons go. Not to mention that he still had people in this secret territory. If Mu Zhili encountered him, he would definitely die. Therefore, while Mu Zhili was injured, he had to kill him to be at ease. With that, he flashed and chased after Mu Zhili. Silent Soul quickly followed. Inform the city of tiny spirits. Lin Yi didn't hesitate and sent the information he had recorded back to the city of tiny spirits through special means. He asked the guardian of the city of tiny spirits to inform the people in the top secret territory to be careful. In the world of the Great Xia, everyone had a memory crystal to record the battle and what happened. They could also send it back to the city of tiny spirits as soon as possible, provided that they weren't in a death zone or enchantment. When it rains, it pours. The city of tiny spirits. In the central square, more than a dozen guardians gathered together. On the crystal screen, a powerful man riding a dark cloud appeared and fought with a beautiful woman. Near the battle, a young man was floating in the air. This young man was known by everyone in the city of tiny spirits. He was Lin Yi, #1 on the heaven leaderboard, a miraculous legendary monster. The aura of a half-saint could be felt from him, but it was weak. It was obvious that he had just broken through to half-saint. The powerful man, riding the dark cloud, was quickly recognized. He was also on the top 10 on the heaven leaderboard, the local powerful man Mu Zhili. However, he exuded a demonic aura. On the crystal screen, the entire battle was replayed. In the end, Mu Zhili was injured by the supreme artifact and fled. Seeing this scene, the guardians and some of the experts in the square were shocked. Demons. Mu Zhili is a demon. No, he is possessed. Demons appeared in the top secret territory? How is this possible? Possessed by powerful demons, I really don't know what he will do in the secret territory. Who is that woman? It seems that the woman is Lin Ye's friend or wife. I hope Lin Yi can kill Mu Zhili. Fortunately, Mu Zhili can't use the human supreme artifact after being possessed by the demons. Otherwise, the supreme artifact he bought on the 9th floor of the Treasure Pagoda would be used against humans. Countless powerful men were discussing. At this moment, everyone knew that Mu Zhili was no longer Mu Zhili. He was a demon possessed by the demons. His body was human, but his soul was demons. However, the Guardians were not worried about Mu Zhili in the secret territory, but the Dark Forest. The Demon Kings and Demon Emperors in the Dark Forest were rioting. Not only the Dark Forest, but the demonic beasts near Wei Ling City were also summoned by the Demon Kings and Demon Emperors. They were heading towards Wei Ling City. There would be a battle between humans and demonic beasts in Wei Ling City. Not only that, but in the other 8 regions of the Great Xia, the demon race, the demons, the Blood Clan, and other races had all appeared. Chapter 3:16. In the eyes of the Heavenly Baptism Territory's experts, the Grand Xia world was a ruin. However, this was a perfect world, a world that was countless times stronger than the Heavenly Baptism Territory. Its civilization was much stronger. Here, the demonic race, blood race, and other races roamed freely. The armies and experts of the Grand Xia world were constantly fighting with the blood race, demonic race, and other races. The battles have been going on for tens of thousands of years without rest. 2/3 of this world belonged to the blood race, demonic race, and other races. 1/3 was the territory of humans. Now, the demons that had disappeared had reappeared in the secret realm. Although there was only one demon that possessed a human expert, there were already signs that demons were about to appear. At that time, the humans of the Grand Xia world would face an even more difficult predicament. Inform the people in the secret realm to be careful. The leader of the Guardians spoke. He asked the other Guardians to use special means to inform the monstrous experts in the secret territory to be on guard against Mu Zhili, who was possessed by the demon race. At the same time, he asked the monstrous experts in the secret territory to pay attention to the demon race's movements. I will inform them now. One of the Guardians replied. Then, they used special methods to transmit the information of Lin Yi and the mysterious woman's battle with Mu Zhili, warning the monstrous experts in the secret realm to be careful of Mu Zhili and the demon's movements. Mu Zhili has been possessed by the demons. In the secret realm, Zhang Xiaochu received the message from the world spirit, and his expression couldn't help but change. Being possessed by the demons was equivalent to being possessed. This was something that even experts were afraid of. He didn't expect that there would be demons in this secret realm. Even Mu Zhili was possessed. That silent soul is really not simple. Nangonsia was shocked when she saw the battle between Silent Soul and Mu Zhili through the World Spirit. Others didn't recognize Silent Soul, but she did. She had met her a few times in the Heavenly Sea sect. Speaking of which, Solitary Spirit was her junior sister. She didn't expect Silent Soul to be so strong. She was much stronger than she imagined. Please don't encounter that Mu Zhili. Zhuge Ling was afraid of Mu Zhili, who was possessed by the demons. Although she was a peak First Tribulation half-true saint, but against Mu Zhili, he had no chance of winning. It didn't take long for Xiao Yanqing, the third prince, and the others to get word that Mu Zhili had been possessed by demons. Therefore, they were all very careful, so that Mu Zhili wouldn't run into them. If they had not been possessed by demons, they would not have been afraid of Mu Zhili. However, after being possessed by the demons, Mu Zhili's strength was extremely powerful and terrifying. Damn it. Lin Yi and Silent Soul chased for 30,000 miles. Who would have thought that Mu Zhili would escape into an ancient tomb that emitted a terrifying demonic aura? Looking at the ancient tomb, Lin Yi's expression turned ugly. Now, he was in a dilemma. If he went in, everything inside would be unknown. Moreover, this place seemed to be the lair of the demons. If he went in, he would be like a lamb in a tiger's den. If he didn't go in, he would have to watch Mu Zhili escape from his hands. Young master, do you want to enter? Silent Soul asked softly. Her strength was about the same as Mu Zhili's. If she used the supreme artifact, she might be able to kill Mu Zhili. With Lin Yi, Mu Zhili would definitely die. Let's go, Lin Yi said. His figure flashed, and he flew towards the ancient tomb. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense, and everything within 100 miles was under his control. Even if it was the lair of the demons, he would be able to detect the situation inside. He was prepared for the worst. Moreover, from Mu Zhili's situation, there shouldn't be any other powerful demons inside. Otherwise, Mu Zhili wouldn't have come alone. This place should be the lair of the demons that possessed Mu Zhili. The demons had been imprisoned for a long time and needed human blood to recover. Now that they possessed Mu Zhili, they couldn't use their full strength. However, if they were to completely merge with Mu Zhili's body, everyone in the secret realm would die. Also, he had his eyes on the supreme artifact that Mu Zhili obtained on the 9th floor of the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda. Silent Soul followed closely beside Lin Yi. The dark domain quickly rolled over. Wherever the dark domain passed, she could sense what was happening inside. Moreover, she was the master of the battle inside the dark domain. Whoosh, whoosh, the ancient tomb was huge. It was unimaginably huge. After a full 15 minutes, the two came to the deepest part of the ancient tomb. On an altar, they found Mu Zhili in the dark clouds. At this moment, Mu Zhili was very weak. After being hit by the supreme artifact, it would take some time for him to recover. Ignorant humans. That's why I want you to follow me. Mu Zhili looked at Lin Yi and Silent Soul, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. His blood-red eyes looked like he wanted to eat someone. Oh, is that so? Lin Yi said, looking coldly at Mu Zhili. His divine sense enveloped the entire altar within a radius of 100 miles. Even the slightest movement could not escape the surveillance of his divine sense. In his heart, a bad feeling arose. However, he didn't show it on his face. Let's see. Mu Zhili laughed sinisterly. In his hand, a dark light was constantly spinning, and it could explode at any time. However, his eyes were looking at the center of the altar. Silent Soul was beside him, and the dark domain was exuding a terrifying aura. I want to open the seal. Lin Yi glanced at the altar. He couldn't help but be shocked. Finally, he understood why he had a bad feeling in his heart. It turned out that the reason was here. The center of the altar was where the seal was located. The dark light in Mu Zhili's hand was the key to opening the seal. Roar, Mu Zhili roared, and the dark light in his hand flew towards the center of the altar. Silent Soul don't. Seeing that Mu Zhili was about to open the seal, Silent Soul was about to use the dark domain to destroy the dark light. However, at this moment, Lin Yi shouted, wanting to stop Silent Soul. However, it was too late. The supreme sacred artifact, the source of darkness, was extremely powerful. Boom, boom, the destructive power fell on the center of the altar. Suddenly, a destructive light burst out from the altar. Then, cracks appeared on the altar. It shattered and emitted a mysterious light from the cracks. The light shot up to the sky. The ancient tomb was directly penetrated by the light. The dark light that Mu Jili sent out was drowned by the light, and Mu Jili was thrown away. Rumble, rumble, the light that exploded from the altar was extremely powerful. The entire ancient tomb was completely destroyed at this moment, leveled to the ground. Lin Yi and Silent Soul also spat out a mouthful of blood. The two were buried in the ancient tomb. Whoosh, whoosh, soon, Lin Yi and Silent Soul broke through the ruins of the ancient tomb with their powerful defenses and flew out. They floated in the air and looked at the scene below. They saw that the ancient tomb was completely destroyed, and, with the altar as the center, within a radius of 10 miles, it was filled with mysterious light. The ruins and mud couldn't get close. The mysterious light was emitted from the destroyed altar. How could this be? In the void, Mu Jili's eyes were blood red. Chapter 317. Not only Mu Jili, even Lin Yi and Silent Soul were stunned. Mu Jili was possessed by the demons in order to open the seal and release the terrible things inside. But now it turned out like this. It was really unexpected. No matter how one looked at it, the magical light couldn't be something that belonged to the demons. No, Lin Yi thought in his heart. His face was cold, because when he scanned below with his divine sense, he found that under the magical light, there was indeed a huge demon being suppressed, and the suppressed demons seemed to be slowly waking up. The magical light seemed powerful, but it was constantly being offset by the huge demons. The seal on the huge demons was weakening bit by bit. If this continues, the magical light will be destroyed sooner or later, and the huge demons will break the seal and come out. This discovery made Lin Yi more and more afraid, and his heart sank. However, he also found out the magical light was actually two powerful sacred artifacts. The sacred artifact that suppressed the demons. The supreme sacred artifact, but it was a long time ago. The supreme sacred artifact didn't have an owner, and its power alone wasn't enough to make the huge demons sleep. Moreover, there was someone outside opening the seal, which accelerated the weakening of the supreme sacred artifact's power. If no one opened the seal, the supreme sacred artifact could still suppress the huge demons for a period of time. But now that the balance was broken, the supreme sacred artifact's magical light couldn't suppress the huge demons for much longer. Crack! At this moment, a crack appeared on the magical light. A trace of demonic chi rushed out. The demonic chi was so pure that it distorted the space. This demon, Lord understands. In the void, Mu Jili, the so-called demon Lord, saw the appearance of the demonic chi and immediately realized the problem. He knew that his original body was still here, but was suppressed by the supreme sacred artifact, blocking his demonic chi's probing. Silent Soul, let's attack together and kill him first. Destroy his demonic soul. Lin Yi's face was solemn. His eyes coldly looked at Mu Jili in the void. He transmitted his voice to Silent Soul. Although he didn't know the relationship between the demons that possessed Mu Jili and the suppressed demons, he felt that the suppressed huge demons must be related to the one in Mu Jili's body. Now he must kill Mu Jili and destroy the demon soul in his body. Otherwise, they would really be done for if this giant sealed demon came out. Boom! After Lin Yi transmitted his voice, the Heavenly Emperor's secret art, the Heavenly Emperor's art. His fist smashed through the space, and an unparalleled destructive power crushed towards Mu Jili. The wings of space on his back unfurled, and with a flash, he appeared above Mu Jili. Then, he tapped his finger forward. His speed was incomparably fast. When he appeared above Mu Jili's head, The power of his heavenly emperor fist had just reached Mu Jili. The power of the heavenly emperor fist and the power of the heavenly extermination finger appeared in front of Mu Jili almost at the same time. Silent Spirit also sent out a beam of destructive dark light. Boom boom, Mu Jili didn't expect Lin Yi and Silent Soul to work together, nor did he expect Lin Ye's speed to be so terrifying. By the time he reacted, the 3 attacks had already crushed his body. His body was smashed to pieces. However, the body that had been destroyed instantly reassembled itself. He stretched out his hand and slapped at Lin Yi, who was above his head. Cold Sky Aurora. Lin Ye's 3rd attack burst out. The Cold Sky Aurora shone on Mu Jili. The supreme artifact in Silent Soul's hand was also used at this moment. A dark beam of light pierced through space and locked onto Mu Jili. Rumble, rumble, Mu Jili was already destroyed by the supreme artifact, and his injuries didn't recover at all. Instead, his injuries worsened while he was running for his life, and opening the seal consumed too much energy. Now that Lin Yi and Silent Spirit teamed up, they were completely suppressing him. His entire person was being abused. However, the demon's methods were amazing. It wasn't that easy to kill him. Imprison. Lin Yi didn't dare to waste any time, in case something unexpected happened. He pointed his finger in the air. Suddenly, Mu Jili was immobilized in the air. Silent Soul's supreme artifact directly pierced through Mu Jili's body. Mu Jili's body was destroyed, but Lin Yi didn't stop. His unparalleled divine sense strangled Mu Jili's demon soul. He reached out his hand, and a shadow of the demons was caught in his hand. Mu Jili's body was already destroyed and turned into dust. Soul fire. Lin Yi looked at the demon soul in his hand. Looking at the giant demons that were about to be born, Lin Ye's eyes flashed with determination. His divine sense moved, and the unparalleled divine sense turned into flames. Flames formed by divine sense. The flames quickly burned the demon's soul. The demon's soul kept screaming. You want to kill this demon lord? You overestimate yourself. Even if you kill this demon soul of mine, you can't kill the soul of my original body. The world of Xia will become the world of demons. Tremble, lowly human. The demon's soul screamed in a heart-wrenching voice. Before he could finish, the demon's soul had been burned by the soul fire. He reached out with one hand. A space ring appeared in his hand. This was the treasure of Mu Jili and the giant demons. They were all here. But at this moment, Lin Yi was not happy at all because he had killed a trace of the demon lord's soul. On the contrary, he was afraid. His face was solemn and ugly as he watched the mysterious light being extinguished bit by bit. Endless pure demonic chi gushed out continuously. Gotcha! Finally, the magical light disappeared. What replaced it was indeed an unparalleled demon chi. Looking at the demon chi, Lin Ye's heart trembled. He grabbed the air with one hand. 2 supreme artifacts fell into his hands. At the altar, a giant palm slowly stretched out. The palm was several meters in size and looked extremely terrifying. Then, the ground kept shaking and cracking. This situation made Lin Yi helpless. He couldn't do anything about the giant demon lord's appearance. He transmitted his voice to Silent Soul. The 2 quickly retreated, not daring to have the slightest hesitation. In just 10 breaths of time, they were already 100 miles away from the altar. The 2 didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, they sped up. But at this moment, a shocking explosion came from behind them. The ground kept collapsing. The space kept cracking. Gradually, a giant demon stood up from the ground. This giant demon's, just the head alone was the size of castle. Its body was tens of thousands of feet tall, and its entire body emitted a destructive power. The space kept cracking. Puff, puff, when the Devil Lord's true body appeared. Its power heavily injured Lin Yi and Silent Spirit. The 2 spat out a mouthful of blood, and their bodies were thrown 100 miles away. Now, Lin Yi finally understood. The place where the altar was suppressing was the Demon Lord's head. Just the head alone was the size of the altar. No wonder he didn't see the Demon Lord's appearance. The demon lord was so big that he thought his body was the ground. Boom! The demon lord slowly got up and lifted his foot. With one step, the ground collapsed 100 miles. Chapter 3:18. At this moment, Lin Yi was completely terrified. This was the first time he met such a terrifying demon master. Compared to the demon master he met in the Sky Sea realm, it was insignificant. In front of this gigantic demon master, the demon master in the Sky Sea realm was just a small shrimp. Lin Yi and Silent Soul didn't even dare to turn around. They ran as fast as they could, afraid that they would be killed by the demon master if they stopped. Yeah, the gigantic demons were 10,000 feet tall. Even if they were 1,000 miles apart, it would only take him a few steps to catch up to Lin Yi and Silent Soul. However, at this moment, the demon master looked at Lin Yi with his huge eyes and nodded in confusion. He didn't chase after Lin Yi and Silent Soul. It was as if he didn't care about the two ants. Boom, boom, the demon master walked forward step by step. Every step he took caused the ground to collapse. Every step he took destroyed a part of the space. It looked like he was walking slowly, but his speed was extremely fast. Every step he took was dozens of miles. Not good. He's going to the altar. Lin Yi felt that he and Silent Soul weren't being chased by the demon master. Driven by curiosity, he stopped. Lin Yi turned around and saw the 30,000-meter-tall demon master 500 kilometers away, heading into the distance. When Lin Yi saw the direction the demon master was heading in, he could not help but have a bad feeling. What do we do? Silent Soul knew that the altar was important. No matter if there was something important inside, or if it was the teleportation circle to return to Tiny Spirit City. If the demon master destroyed it, it would be troublesome. 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. We have to reach the altar before the demon master, Lin Yi said. As he spoke, he didn't hesitate and quickly headed in the direction of the demon master. However, he didn't dare to follow behind the demon master, nor did he dare to walk side by side with the demon master. Instead, he flew parallel to the demon master. After flying for 10 miles, Lin Yi quickly stopped. Without saying goodbye to Silent Soul, he opened the ninefold space and pulled Silent Soul into the ninefold space. After everything was done, with a thought, Lin Yi took out the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. A stream of energy was injected into the jade talisman. The jade talisman immediately released a mysterious spatial energy, and Lin Yi's body strangely vanished. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 miles away. This teleportation talisman wasn't random. Instead, it was a straight-line teleportation, which was not much different from a fixed-point teleportation. As long as he chose a direction, he would be teleported there. 3 times in a row, the jade talisman turned into ashes. 3 times, that was 3,000 miles. After the transmission ended, Lin Yi's wings of space unfurled, and his speed reached the limit. Even though it wasn't comparable to teleportation, his current speed was faster than a ninth tribulation half-true saint. He desperately flew in the direction of the altar. Time passed by second. 6 hours passed. 30,000 miles. Finally, Lin Yi arrived in front of the cave. Without any hesitation, he entered the cave and flew toward the altar. Arriving in front of the altar, Zhang Xian activated the ninefold space with his spiritual sense. Silent Soul appeared in front of him. Without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, Silent Soul opened his radiance domain, and the inside was instantly filled with light. Xiao, a first tribulation half-true saint, was several levels stronger than when he was in the Sky Realm. Now, he was completely capable of opening the seal on the altar alone. He didn't need Biluo's help, and he didn't need the blood sacrifice. His hands moved quickly, and mysterious divine runes appeared. The divine runes fell on the altar. A moment later, the altar opened. Lin Yi glanced at Silent Soul and called Silent Soul into the 9-layer space. His figure flashed, and he walked toward the altar. Boom, boom. The moment he entered the altar, he heard the Devil Lord's footsteps. His heart couldn't help but sink. The Devil Lord's speed was extremely fast. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to arrive here. The time given to him was too short. He had to take the wordless heavenly book before the Devil Lord arrived. As for other treasures, he wasn't in the mood to think about them. Whether or not he could get the wordless heavenly book was still unknown. With the experience from last time, Lin Yi didn't hesitate and walked toward the light screen. Tisk, last time he had already baptized his bloodline, and he had the wordless heavenly book on him. Others couldn't sense the wordless heavenly book in his sea of consciousness, but the other golden pages of the wordless heavenly book could sense it. He saw a golden page crushing toward him. Then it merged with his body and entered his sea of consciousness. Boom! At this moment, there was a shocking explosion. At the same time, an unparalleled destructive power crushed down. Under this power, Lin Yi didn't even have the chance to react. His entire body was crushed by that power, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body instantly collapsed. His self-healing body healed his collapsed body once again. Roar, the Devil Lord's voice was filled with anger. Obviously, he was enraged that someone had appeared in front of him. His giant foot stomped down, and everything within 1,000 miles collapsed. The altar was shattered. The defeated altar was forcefully stomped down for hundreds of miles. Boom, boom, as the Demon Master's footsteps gradually faded away, Lin Yi, who was underground, finally heaved a sigh of relief. His entire body lay powerlessly on the ruined altar 50 kilometers underground. The altar was shattered, and it could no longer be closed. One day, 2 days, after half a month, Lin Ye's injuries were finally fully healed. After he recovered, he shuttled back and forth in the palace of the defeated altar. After a full day, Lin Yi finally penetrated through the ground and appeared outside the altar. The altar was just as he had imagined. It had been razed to the ground. Back on the ground, Lin Ye's face was solemn. After the Devil Lord came out of the seal, he came here directly. When he found out that someone had beaten him to it, he was so angry that he destroyed the altar and left. It seemed that the Devil Lord came here for a purpose. He didn't know what the purpose was. If the Devil Lord knew the secret of the wordless heavenly book, then it would be troublesome. Roar in a place far, far away from the altar. The Devil Lord roared into the sky. His giant hands tore the space apart, stepped in, and disappeared. He had left this top-level secret territory. In the top-level secret territory, Zhang Xiaochu and the others. After receiving the news that Mu Zhili was possessed by demons, everyone was in a state of panic. They didn't even have the mood to search for treasures. However, a top-level secret territory was still a top-level secret territory. Whether it was resources or opportunities, it was not comparable to other secret territories. Most of them had obtained incredible opportunities and gains. After a month, they each found a portal to leave. Returning to Tiny Spirit City, Lin Yi also left the secret territory 2 months after entering and returned to Tiny Spirit City. Back to Tiny Spirit City. It made him feel the oppressive atmosphere in Tiny Spirit City. This made Lin Yi curious and puzzled. After asking around, he finally understood the reason. This was definitely not good news, but extremely bad news. Chapter 319. In the 2 months in the Secret Land, there was a shocking change. Similarly, there was a shocking change outside. Firstly, the demonic bees from the core of the Dark Forest had come out. Countless experts from Tiny Spirit City had fallen. There were even Emperor-class demonic beasts that were demonic emperors. The overwhelming number of demonic beasts made Tiny Spirit City feel as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Moreover, the Beast Emperor summoned all the beasts within 10 million miles of Wiling City, and all the beasts came to Wiling City. Of course, this also allowed the demonic experts in Wiling City to earn more Heaven List points, and the number of casualties was several times higher than before. Besides the beasts rioting, in other parts of the Great Xiao world, the Blood Clan, the Demon Clan, and other races were rioting. In an instant, the Great Xiao world was in turmoil. The spirit of the world informed. Killing the Blood Clan, Demon Clan, and other races would earn the same heavenless points. Hiss, 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 hiss in Wiling City. One could see the demonic aura soaring into the sky. Most of the demonic experts were holed up in Wiling City. Only a few top experts dared to leave Wiling City to earn heaven list points or form temporary alliances. Captain, congratulations on becoming a sage-to-be. Captain, what happened to Mu Zhili in the end? The third prince and the others. They gathered in Lin Ye's castle. First, they congratulated Lin Yi and congratulated Lin Yi for becoming a sage-to-be. Then, they were curious about Mu Zhili's situation. He was a terrifying existence that was possessed by demons. After they received the news, they were all in a state of panic. If it wasn't for Mu Zhili, who was possessed by demons, they might have gotten more resources and opportunities. Mu Zhili was possessed by a demon soul. That demon soul was the demon master's demon soul. I killed him, but the demon master was too terrifying. He was 10,000 feet tall, and his aura alone could destroy everything within 1,000 miles. Even I was severely injured from 1,000 miles away. I was almost trampled to death by him. I wonder how he is now. Lin Yi still had lingering fear when he thought of the demon master. The demon master was invincible. In front of the Devil Lord, all the powerhouses were ants. There was no way to defeat him. They didn't even have the will to fight the Devil Lord. Now, what he wanted most was for the Devil Lord to be trapped in the secret realm forever and never come out. If he came out, Tiny Spirit City would be in great trouble. Not only Wiling City, but the entire world of Great Xia was a disaster. Captain, there's no sign of us on the heaven ranking. Should we take advantage of the time when the demonic beasts are invading and kill them? Zhou Baiyu said. Although the demonic beasts in the center of the dark forest and the demonic beasts riding around Tiny Spirit City were disasters to some experts, it was also an opportunity for some top experts. There was no need for him to search for demonic beasts and earn heaven list points like crazy. Half of Zhou Baiyu's group did not have a supreme sacred artifact, but they had obtained 1,000 inscriptions sacred artifact or even a 10,000 inscriptions sacred artifact in the secret realm. Their strength had soared. A peak first tribulation half-true saint was comparable to a fourth or fifth tribulation half-true saint. If he went all out, there was no need to worry about his heaven list ranking not soaring. All right, let's go on a killing spree. Those who don't have a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon have to stay close to those who do. That way, we can take care of each other. It's the 26th today. There are 4 more days until the end of the month. We'll go out next month. I've obtained some gains in the secret realm. I'll take these 2 days to sort them out and prepare for the big battle next month. Next month, we'll return to the first place of the heaven ranking. Lin Yi nodded. The others were desperately earning heaven list points. When he passed by Tiny Spirit City, he saw many demonic experts who had reached the half-true saint realm. Almost half of them had reached the first tribulation half-true saint realm. He even met a few second tribulation half-true saints. These people were all monstrous experts in the outside world. In order to enter the Great Xia world, they had suppressed their cultivation. After entering the Great Xia world, they had prepared and soared into the sky after reaching the half-true saint realm. On the heaven ranking, the current number 1 on the heaven ranking had reached 12 million points. 12 million points did not break Lin Ye's record. However, the number 1 on the heaven ranking did not even enter the top 102 months ago. Otherwise, he would have entered the secret realm as well. On the heaven ranking, the number of heaven list points had increased by several times. This was caused by those demonic experts who fought crazily after reaching the half-true saint realm. Moreover, demonic beasts appeared everywhere. There was no need to look for demonic beasts. Charge into the top 10. I have to guarantee that I'll be in the top 20. I've obtained many treasures and opportunities in the secret realm. I'll take these 2 days to prepare. When the time comes, I'll shine on the battlefield. I'll definitely get into the top 3. Although I don't have a supreme saint artifact, I've obtained a high-grade 10,000 rune saint artifact. I've already mastered the heaven and earth holy array. Hee. For a moment, everyone was incomparably excited. They rubbed their fists ready to go all out. fighting could not only increase one's strength, but could also earn heaven list points to exchange for precious equipment. It could also spread the name of the Great Xiao world. The treasures of the Great Xiao world were shocking existences. Soon after, the third prince and the others left Lin Ye's castle. Lin Ye began to count the wealth he had obtained in the secret realm. The two supreme saint artifacts that had suppressed the Archdevil Lord. Although peerless supreme saint artifacts were of the suppressive type, their power was enough to shock the world. However, with his current cultivation, wanting to refine a peerless supreme saint artifact was undoubtedly a fool's dream. He could only consider it after reaching the ninth tribulation half-true saint realm. Then, he placed the two supreme saint artifacts in the ninefold space. With a thought, a spatial ring appeared in front of him. This spatial ring was not his. He had obtained it after killing Mu Zhili, or the Archdevil Lord's clone. The spatial ring opened. A supreme saint artifact appeared in front of him. On the ninth floor of the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda, Mu Zhili had exchanged honor points for a supreme saint artifact. Before he could refine it, he had been possessed by a demonic soul. Demons were unable to use the human race's saint artifacts. Even if they could use them, they would not be able to display their power. It was better to be empty-handed. A supreme saint artifact, low-grade, thousand-edge wheel. It was the size of a palm, but when used, it could erupt with thousands of destructive blade lights. Each blade light was equivalent to the power of a 10,000 inscriptions saint artifact. This was a supreme saint artifact that was equivalent to a group attack. Mu Zhili had bought this treasure to kill demonic beasts to earn more heaven list points and honor points, and then exchange them for better supreme saint artifacts. A supreme saint artifact was, of course, a good thing. Not to mention a supreme saint artifact. Even if it was 1,000 inscriptions saint artifact, it was still a top treasure. Now, he was still using 1,000 inscription saint artifact, but this 1,000 inscription saint artifact was a set of peerless saint artifacts, and its power was not inferior to a 10,000 inscription saint artifact. His divine sense poured out all the items in the spatial ring. Suddenly, a large pile of incomparably precious treasures appeared in front of him. These treasures were basically all the Archdevil Lord's clone. With just Mu Zhili, it was impossible for him to have so many precious treasures. Chapter 320. It took him a full 15 minutes to count. Lin Yi finished counting all the treasures of the demonic lord's avatar. The demonic lord's avatar had snatched these from human experts, and now they were all in Lin Ye's hands. 100 inscription saint weapons, 1,200. 1,000 inscription saint weapons, 609. 10,000 inscription saint weapons, 121. 2 supreme saint weapons. There are also some precious jade talismans. Lin even saw 2 saint soul heavenly fruits here. Seeing the 2 supreme saint weapons and more than 110,000 inscription saint weapons, Lin Yi was excited. These saint weapons were what he needed most now, even more than the supreme saint weapons. Because the supreme saint weapons consumed too much energy. They were not suitable for long battles. 1,000 inscription saint weapons and 10,000 inscription saint weapons were the most suitable for his current cultivation. However, he would find time to refine and integrate the supreme saint weapons and use them as a trump card. When he saw the 2 saint soul heavenly fruits, he went crazy. 2 saint soul heavenly fruits, plus the one he had bought, were enough for him to become a saint. Of course, it was the divine will saint. The divine will saint was more powerful than the martial way saint. After counting the space ring of the demonic lord's avatar, Lin Yi was not in the mood to count the resources he had gotten from the altar, because all of them added up was less than 1% of the space ring of the demonic lord's avatar. Although he did not like them, if he took them out, it would cause a bloody storm. He adjusted his mood. After a while, his state of mind was as calm as an ancient well. He controlled the 1,000-blade roulette with his divine thought. He sacrificed a drop of essence blood and began to fuse it with the supreme sacred artifact. This supreme sacred artifact would not be of much help to him in a one-on-one fight against a super expert. but it was definitely a killer weapon when hunting demonic beasts. Group attack, killing demonic beasts en masse. However, the consumption was also very high. He did not want to use the thousand-blade wheel unless he had no other choice. Supreme Saint Weapon. It was definitely a supreme treasure for half-saints and saints. Under normal circumstances, even if they had a Supreme Saint Weapon, they would not use it easily. After all, the consumption of a Supreme Saint Weapon was too high. Even a saint could not hold on for long. In 3 days, the Supreme Saint Weapon Thousand-Blade Wheel was successfully refined and integrated. After fusing with the Thousand-Blade Roulette, Lin Yi did not go out. Instead, he continued to refine and fuse. This time, he refined a sword that was a low-grade 10,000 inscriptions Saint artifact. He did not plan to use a Supreme Saint artifact in battle. This was something that couldn't be helped. After all, his cultivation was too low, and he couldn't sustain the Supreme Sacred Weapon for a long time. He could only use 10,000 inscription Saint weapons. The last 2 hours of the month had passed. The world's heaven list was refreshed for the last time. None of the experts who entered the secret realm were on the list. Meanwhile, the third prince, Zhang Xiaochu, and the others were already waiting outside Tiny Sprite City. Countless experts looked at the third prince and the others with respect. They knew that they were about to leave the city to kill the demonic beasts and return to the world's heaven list to take back the rankings that belonged to them. Captain! Upon seeing Lin Ye's arrival, Lai Tinyu and the others all greeted Lin Yi. When the other experts saw Lin Yi, they quickly made way for him. Even Ming Yang, one of the top 10 monstrous experts in the Tianyang Empire, could only make way for Lin Yi. This made him feel extremely aggrieved. One should know that when he was in the Tianyang Empire Sky City, he looked down on Lin Yi the most. Now, in front of Lin Yi, he was like a coward. Are you ready? With a smile, Lin Yi came to Zhang Xiaochu and the others. Ready. Everyone on this world's heaven list, get down here. Everyone nodded with excitement on their faces. Looking at the names on the world's heaven list, everyone's face was full of disdain. They had been in the secret realm for 2 months, and some random people could be on the list. Now they were back. The top 20 of this world's heaven list had nothing to do with the others. Let's go. Lin Ye's figure disappeared mysteriously. No one knew where he had gone. Zhang Xiaochu and the others also flashed and left Tiny Spirit City. They were already used to the yellow sand and soon found Lin Yi. Everyone gathered together. Without the slightest delay, the group flew toward the distance. The powerful beasts in the center of the dark forest, as well as the beasts around the altar, had long left the dark forest and were less than 10,000 miles away from Tiny Spirit City. Moreover, the powerful demonic beasts within a 10 million mile radius of Tiny Spirit City were also summoned. After 4 hours of flight, Lin Yi and the others stopped, because in front of them there was a large group of powerful beasts. There were heavenly human-level beasts and emperor-level beasts. These beasts range from ordinary heavenly human level to 6th or 7th tribulation emperor level. They were densely packed like an ocean, which was extremely shocking. Kill! With a wave of his hand, Lin Ye's figure flashed and took the lead to kill in the direction of the beasts. Beside him, Qingming Glass appeared. 18 huge green vines stirred up the space. Large groups of beasts fell, and for a moment, blood soared into the sky. Lin Yi wore the Silver Star battle armor and held the Silver Star sacred sword, a complete set of 1,000 inscriptions Saint artifacts. At this moment, the power erupted, and his whole person was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. 10,000 Dao metal domain. 10,000 Dao sword domain. The long sword swept across the sky, and everywhere it passed, there was a blood light, and countless beasts were killed. Sword light soared into the sky. Sword chi swept across. Sword light destroyed the world. One sword light shone in 19 provinces. Sword chi swept across 30,000 miles. One person. One sword directly killed into the endless sea of beasts. Everywhere it passed, there was a 10-mile wide blood light passage. The blood chi that soared into the sky made this side of the world tremble. Captain is too powerful. He, who has reached the half-step saint level, is simply invincible. He gives me the feeling that even a ninth tribulation half-step saint would tremble in front of him. Too domineering. Captain is too crazy. This is the real invincible half-step saint. So powerful. I am convinced. Zhang Xiaochu and the others were preparing for battle. But when they saw Lin Ye's shocking power, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They were completely shocked by Lin Ye's battle, and their faces were full of horror. They didn't expect their captain to be so heaven-defying after reaching the half-step saint level. Soon, everyone woke up from the shock. Stimulated by Lin Yi, Lai Tenyu, Zhang Xiaochu, and the others erupted with terrifying power and killed the beasts. Everywhere they passed, it was like cutting vegetables. But wanting to catch up with Lin Yi was simply a dream. The first day of a new month began. The world's heaven list value was reset to 0. However, below the world's heaven list, there were countless experts gathered. Chapter 3:21. Time passed by minute. For hours passed by. Just when countless powerhouses thought that Lin Yi and the rest would not fight at night, there was a change on the world heaven list. Lin Yi's name jumped up. First place, Lin Yi. His heaven list value soared crazily. 189 points, 371 points, 615 points, 1,004 points. Lin Ye's heaven list value reached 189 points at the beginning. In less than a few breaths, his heaven list value reached more than 300 and then more than 600. When it refreshed for the fourth time, Lin Ye's heaven list value had exceeded 1,000 points. 15 minutes. Lin Ye's heaven list value reached 10,000 points. In half an hour, Lin Ye's heaven list value reached 30,000 points. In 2 hours, Lin Ye's heaven list value reached 80,000 points. Zhang Xiaochu and the rest. Although they were not as abnormal as Lin Yi, they were still extremely terrifying. They reached more than 40,000 points in 2 hours. Moreover, their heaven list value continued to soar. As time went by, the next morning, it had been 12 hours since the world heaven list value was reset to 0. In the new month, on the world heaven list, first place, Lin Yi, heaven list value 390,000 points. From the time he left Tiny Spirit City until now, only 12 hours had passed. Minus the 4 hours of travel, he had actually only fought for 8 hours. In 8 hours, he had reached 390,000 heaven list points. No one knew how powerful Lin Yi was. It was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Gather together. Half of you rest. In the boundless sea of demonic beasts, the god-battling team was like a small boat that could disappear at any time and be swallowed by the sea of demonic beasts. The continuous killing had continued from early morning until now. Even if they were made of iron, they would still be tired. At this time, everyone gathered together. The destructive attacks in their hands made gnome monsters around them, forming a vacuum of 10 miles. Qingming Lu Li did not know fatigue. This was because during the battle, she was constantly devouring demonic qi and demonic power to replenish her consumption. Moreover, she was still growing rapidly, completely using the demonic qi and demonic power of the demonic beasts as nutrients. Lin Yi said loudly, "All right, I'll rest first. I'm resting too. I'll take a break." Hearing Lin Ye's words, Zhang Xiaochu and the third prince didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly retreated to the center. As the others fought in all directions, the center became a vacuum. Not a single demonic beast dared to take a step forward. Immediately, out of the 15 people, 7 of them were resting. Holy Qi and spiritual fruit. Saint pills and spirit medicines. He had used all the precious natural treasures he had on him to recover as quickly as possible because the others were still fighting. Once he recovered, he would go up to them. 2 hours. Those who were resting started to fight. The combatants began to rest. They kept taking turns. On the first day, everyone's heaven list points reached a terrifying level. Other than Lin Yi, who had 1. 0.09 million heavenless points. The others had 600,000 to 700,000 heavenless points. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 10 days passed. Lin Yi and the others had no intention of returning to the city to rest at all. They were completely immersed in the destructive battle. This situation caused a sensation in the entire Wiling city. The never-ending battle was frightening to the imagination. First place, Lin Yi, heavenless points 11. 72 million. Second place, Qian Wuxiu, heavenless points 5. 91 million. Third place, Zhang Xiaochu, heavenless points 5. 88 million. Fourth place, Lai Tinyu, heavenless points 5. 87 million. Only 10 days had passed in this month. First place, Lin Yi, heavenless points had already exceeded 10 million. Some of the combatants who came back from the battle looked at the World Heaven list, and their faces became extremely ugly. Their talents weren't necessarily lower than Lin Ye's, and their cultivation wasn't necessarily lower than Lin Ye's. However, they weren't as hardworking as Lin Yi. In 10 days, their heavenless points weren't even a fraction of Lin Ye's. It's terrifying. I really don't know how they did it. 10 days in the center of demonic beasts. Just imagining it makes my scalp tingle. Fighting and surviving in the middle of demonic beasts is simply abnormal. No wonder the heavenless points are so terrifying. They deserve to be first place. We really can't compare. Other than Nangong Xie, the top 10 on the World Heaven list will definitely be dominated by them. Lin Ye's heaven list points should be able to reach 30 million this month, as long as they pass the World Heaven list. Seeing Lin Yi on the World Heaven list, they couldn't help but talk about it. Tianyu, you've reached second tribulation half-true saint. Let's compete and see whose ranking is higher at the end of the month. We'll bet a peerless 1,000 runes saint artifact. How about it? Zhang Xiaochu fought, while speaking loudly. In the battle, many of them broke through first tribulation half-true saint and reached second tribulation half-true saint. The descent of the Saint Tribulation destroyed countless demonic beasts, allowing them to obtain countless heavenless points. Let's compete. If we lose, we'll bet a peerless 1,000 runes saint artifact. However, I want that purple gold frost saber of yours. Lai Tinyu opened his mouth and answered. The two's strength was almost the same. The World Heaven list points on the World Heaven list were also fluctuating. It was difficult to pull apart the gap between them. Let's play big. Whose heaven list points reach 15 million first? I'll reward you with a low-grade 10,000 runes saint artifact. Lin Yi said loudly. While speaking, his hands didn't stop attacking. In his 9-layer space, there were more than 600,000 runes saint artifacts and more than 110,000 rune saint artifacts. He couldn't use them all. It wasn't a bad idea to stimulate these brothers. Such a powerful battle not only greatly increased their battle experience. Moreover, their cultivation strength also increased rapidly. Lingering on the edge of life and death, one's growth was the fastest. A 10,000 runes saint artifact was nothing to him. It was really nothing. Captain, really? I'll definitely get your reward. Haha. Hearing Lin Ye's words, everyone was shocked. A 10,000 runes saint artifact. In the outside world, it was a supreme treasure. Only 3rd or 4th grade forces had it. Moreover, it was a family treasure. Not to mention the outside world. Even in the Great Xia world, a 10,000 rune saint artifact was a supreme treasure. A supreme sacred artifact only existed on the 9th floor of the Treasure Pagoda. Only a few people could get it. Moreover, even if they got a supreme sacred artifact, not many people had the strength to use it for a long time. A 10,000 rune saint artifact was undoubtedly the best choice for a half-saint or saint. Qian Wusu was the happiest. Because his heaven list points are the highest, he was most likely to get a 10,000 rune saint artifact. He didn't know how many treasures Lin Yi had obtained in the Mystery Land. You're sure? Not necessarily, Zhang Xiaochu said loudly. As he spoke, a mysterious formation disc appeared in his hand. Chapter 3:22. Gradually, the dark vortex of light brewed for a full 10 breaths of time. Within 100 miles, everything in the world changed color. The beasts kept trembling, and even the fifth or sixth tribulation emperor-level beasts were uneasy. Lin Yi and the others also felt the terrifying power of the wheel in Zhang Xiaochu's hand. For a moment, they were all extremely surprised. It seemed that Zhang Xiaochu was serious. He even took out the trump card that he had never used before. In fact, in these 10 days, everyone relied on their own strength to kill the beasts. At most, they used the heaven and earth saint array and rarely used some powerful treasures. Now that Zhang Xiaochu took out this treasure, it caused a change in heaven and earth. Boom! There was an explosion in the void, and the dark vortex of light crushed towards the boundless beasts. Wherever the dark vortex of light passed, all the beasts were destroyed and disappeared. The powerful demon aura and demon power of the beasts, as well as the essence and blood, formed the nutrients of the dark vortex of light, making the dark vortex of light even more terrifying and powerful. Hiss! Hiss! The dark vortex of light swayed 100 miles. Within 100 miles, there were no more beasts. All the beasts disappeared, and not even their bones were left. They were all swallowed up by the dark vortex of light. Not only the beasts, but even the mountains, flowers, and trees disappeared without a trace. However, after this attack, the wheel in Zhang Xiaochu's hand became dim. Zhang Xiaochu also showed a trace of exhaustion. It was 1,000 inscriptions sacred weapon, or a sacred weapon of the array type. Although he felt tired, he had killed 300,000 powerful beasts with this attack. Suddenly, the heaven list value soared by 21 million. This situation made Qian Wuxiu's face stunned. At the same time, the others looked at Qian Wuxiu and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Because this time, Zhang Xiaochu's heaven list value directly surpassed Qian Wuxiu by more than 1 million. If Qian Wuxiu didn't have a sacred weapon of the array type, like Zhang Xiaochu's, it was basically impossible for him to catch up with Zhang Xiaochu. The main reason was that the strength of the two was almost the same. After 10 days of non-stop fighting, the two's heaven list value and ranking were about the same. Now that there was a gap of more than 1 million points, it was too difficult to catch up. Don't be happy too early. Look at what this is. Qian Wuxiu snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand, and a few precious saint pills appeared in his palm. Although it was a low-grade saint pill, it could instantly restore true essence and mental strength. Yuan returning saint pill. Zhang Xiaochu and the others couldn't help but be speechless when they saw the recovery holy pill in Thousand Dance Xiu's hand. They were all clear about the power and effect of this pill, and understood what Thousand Dance Xiu wanted to express. That was, he could continuously use the holy formation of heaven and earth. After it was consumed, he could use the recovery holy pill to recover. The power of the holy formation of heaven and earth was indeed not as powerful as Zhang Xiaochu's move. However, if it was used a few more times, it would be able to catch up to Zhang Xiaochu's heaven list value. Looks like I have to use my ultimate move as well. Zhuge Ling's sweet voice sounded. As he spoke, a 10,000 inscriptions saint artifact appeared in his hand. 20 more days. Get a good rush. The third prince smiled. A supreme grade 1,000 pattern saint artifact had appeared in his hand at some point, and he wore armor that was a supreme grade 1,000 pattern saint artifact. It was a complete set of 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Its power was no weaker than a low-grade 10,000 inscriptions sacred artifact. Look at my destruction saber formation. Lai Tenyu held the saber with both hands. Suddenly, a destructive saber domain appeared, and then the saber slashed at the beasts. At this moment, the saber radiance cut through the space, and a huge gap appeared on the ground. Countless demonic beasts were annihilated by this saber. He watched as the others used their ultimate moves or treasures. A faint smile appeared on Lin Ye's face. He stretched out his hand. His palm pressed toward the void, and suddenly, the area within a radius of dozens of miles turned into a purgatory on Earth. In this purgatory on Earth, a sword radiance flashed across 19 states, and the sword chi spread for 30,000 miles. Countless beasts fell. Without any pause, the supreme artifact, the thousand-edge wheel, appeared in his hand. His divine thought moved. The thousand-edge will burst out a shocking saber radiance. With him as the center, the saber radiance within a radius of 100 miles was all saber radiance. The power of each saber radiance was comparable to that of a 10,000 inscriptions saint artifact's attack. Powerful beasts, even 6th or 7th tribulation beasts, couldn't escape. Captain even used a supreme artifact. If I remember correctly, this supreme artifact belonged to Mu Jili. Mu Jili was possessed by demons, and Captain killed him. This supreme sacred weapon is really terrifying, Yi Futian murmured. It seems like Mu Jili wanted to use this supreme artifact to hunt beasts for heaven list points and honor points. It's a pity that he didn't even use this supreme artifact before he died. Seeing Lin Ye's destructive attack, everyone was shocked. Of course, Zhang Xiaochu and the others recognized that the supreme artifact in Lin Ye's hand belonged to Mu Jili. They inadvertently saw Mu Jili by the thousand-edge wheel on the 9th floor of the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda. Now, the thousand-edge wheel was in Lin Ye's hands. Needless to say, Mu Jili was killed by Lin Yi. Time passed day by day. Finally, it was the last day of the month. Lin Yi and the others quickly killed a bloody path and returned to Tiny Spirit City. 29 days of continuous fighting. Everyone had reached second tribulation half-true saint. Lin Yi was an exception. He was still at the peak of first tribulation half-true saint, only one step away from the second tribulation half-true saint. In other words, he was only one holy tribulation away from the second tribulation half-true saint. During this period of time, Lin Yi had used his most powerful attack. Azura Hell Fury of Thunder, a cold sword light, flashed across 19 prefectures, and sword chi spread across 30,000 miles. There was also the thousand-edge wheel, etc. All of them were attacks, and powerful demonic beasts were destroyed in front of him. On the 29th day, Lin Ye's heaven list points reached 16 million. Second place, Zhang Xiaochu. Heaven list points reached 29 million. Third place, Qian Wusu. Heaven list points reached 1 million. Fourth place, Lai Tenyu. Heaven list points reached 27 million. 15th place, Lin Yang. Heaven list points reached 23 million. The entire world's heaven list top 15 belonged to Lin Yi and the others. Their heaven list points were at least 23 million, and Lin Yi had the highest with 43 million. Compared to the previous month's heaven list top 10, it was more than 3 times more. More importantly, they had not added the amplitude value. If the amplitude value was added, the final heaven list points would be even more terrifying. In the entire Tiny Spirit City, all the experts were either shocked or numb. They were shocked by Lin Yi and the others' strength and desperation. Not only were they strong, but when they fought with their lives on the line, it was terrifying. Who could continuously fight in the center of demonic beasts for a month? Lin Yi and the others returned. Countless experts looked at them with respect and admiration. Afternoon, Tiny Spirit Tower. Let's go down and challenge the Tiny Spirit Tower. Let's go together. When they returned to Tiny Spirit City, the third prince and the others spoke. They would challenge the Tiny Spirit Tower in the afternoon, hoping that the amplitude value would increase. This month's heaven list points had exceeded their expectations, and it was several times more than before. Chapter 323. More than 2,300 monstrous geniuses had entered the Grand Xia. Including the local monstrous geniuses, Tiny Spirit City had close to 8,000 experts. More than a year had passed. More than half of the 8,000 experts had fallen. As the Grand Xia world was in turmoil, the demonic beast race, blood race, and other races swept over. Countless experts could only hole up in Tiny Spirit City. Only those monstrous geniuses with sufficient strength dared to go out and hunt demonic beasts. Those who survived were either very lucky, or they were powerful. Every one of them, as long as they went out, was a famous expert. Moreover, most of these experts had already entered the half-true saint realm, and the strongest among them had already reached the fifth tribulation half-true saint realm. Fifth tribulation half-true saint realm experts were suppressed by Lin Yi and the others on the heavenly rankings. Tiny Spirit Tower. At the end of every month, this place was the busiest place. By the time Lin Yi arrived in front of the Tiny Spirit Tower, Zhang Xiaochu and the others had already finished their challenges. They were already used to Lin Yi's late arrival, so they did not wait for Lin Yi. After the challenge, they chatted while waiting for Lin Yi to appear. Senior Sister. Lin Yi was walking towards the Tiny Spirit Tower. Along the way, he saw Nangong Xie. Seeing that Nangong Xie was also heading towards the Tiny Spirit Tower, he went up to greet her. Junior brother, you guys are really crazy, yeah. When Nangong Xie saw Lin Yi, a sweet and alluring smile appeared on her beautiful face. This smile made Lin Yi's heart beat faster involuntarily, because this senior sister of his was too beautiful. Let's go all out. It's senior sister who did not hunt demonic beasts this month. Lin Yi smiled. They were really crazy. So crazy that they scared even themselves. He was curious as to why this senior sister of his did not hunt demonic beasts on the heaven list, because he did not see Nangong Xie's name on the heaven list. Logically speaking, if Nangong Xie hunted demonic beasts, she would be ranked second. Even if she didn't rank second, she would definitely be ranked fourth or fifth. In this month, I have been cultivating in the Tower of Time. Nangong Xie said softly. He walked side by side with Lin Yi toward the Tiny Spirit Tower. I can't see through senior sister's cultivation. Lin Yi looked at Nangong Xie. He discovered that he was completely unable to see through Nangong Xie's cultivation. Of course, he didn't use his divine sense. If he did, he would definitely be able to see through Nangong Xie's cultivation. However, he couldn't do such a rude thing. Ninth Tribulation half-true saint. Nangong Xie's absolutely beautiful face was still smiling. He softly spoke of his current cultivation realm. It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned it. The moment she mentioned it, Lin Yi's face froze for a second, and he was shocked beyond words. He had never imagined that this senior sister of his had already advanced to the Ninth Tribulation half-true saint realm. He really didn't know how he cultivated. In a little over a year, he had advanced from the heavenly realm to the Ninth Tribulation half-true saint realm. Such a cultivation speed was simply invincible. Nangong Xie was already strong enough. After advancing to the Ninth Tribulation half-true saint realm, her strength was unimaginable. However, with her current cultivation, hunting demonic beasts wasn't worth it. Killing demonic beasts of the same level would only earn her 1 point on the heavenly ranking list. Killing demonic beasts 1 level higher would earn her 2 points, and killing demonic beasts 2 levels higher would earn her 4 points. She was a Ninth Tribulation half-true saint, and killing demonic beasts 1 level higher would be considered a true saint. Senior sister doesn't plan to hunt demonic beasts anymore. The Tiny Spirit Tower isn't good for you either. Lin Yi looked at Nangong Xie in confusion. Hunting demonic beasts wasn't worth it, and it would be hard to reach a higher ranking. It was the same for the Tiny Spirit Tower. Although her strength increased with her cultivation realm, the Ninth Tribulation half-true saint realm was a threshold. Her enemies were all true saints, and no matter how monstrous a person was, they wouldn't be able to kill a true saint realm expert. Junior brother, work hard for 2 more months. I'm going to be transferred to another region next month. A portion of the others will also be transferred to other regions after some time. You're no exception. As for the heavenly ranking list and honor points, as well as the Tiny Spirit Tower, I don't care. Nangong Xie looked at Lin Yi and said seriously. Her words shocked Lin Yi. This was news that he had never heard before. Transferring to other regions, he had never thought of it. No wonder Nangong Xie was frantically trying to increase her strength. It turned out that she wanted to go to other regions. This wasn't her choice, but the Tiny Spirit City's guardian's arrangement. Or rather, this was the rule of the Tiny Spirit City and even the Grand Xiao world. Is that so? Looks like I have to work hard for a month or 2. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. In this 1 month, he had been fighting outside, and he didn't know anything about the tiny spirit city. Fortunately, his senior sister had told him about it. Of course, even if Nangong Sia didn't tell him, the Guardian would tell him after some time. Honestly speaking, if it wasn't for the heavenly ranking list and honor points, he wouldn't have gone there. He really didn't want to fight demonic beasts every day. This Grand Xiao world isn't simple, Nangong Sia said. The two chatted as they walked, and before they knew it, they had already arrived at the tiny spirit tower square. Countless experts stared at Lin Yi and Nangong Sia. There was envy and jealousy in their eyes, but there was nothing they could say, because Lin Yi was a peerless expert, the world's heavenly ranking list's #1 expert, an existence akin to a miracle. Nangong Sia was a peerless goddess, and her strength was terrifying to the extreme. Moreover, the two of them were originally fellow disciples. Captain, Fairy Sia, Shui Feng, and the others greeted Lin Yi and Nangong Sia. With a smile on their faces, they greeted Lin Yi and Nangong Sia. Lin Yi also didn't want to bicker with them. Have you all challenged? Looking at Shui Feng and the others, he asked. Captain, we have already challenged. The third prince nodded his head. Lin Yi glanced at the tiny spirit tower and strode forward, entering the tower. The last time he had failed on the 19th floor, and this time he would start from the 19th floor. On the 19th floor, there were 8 8th Tribulation half-true saints. Rumble, rumble, he wore the Silver Star battle armor, but the weapon in his hand was not the Silver Star Holy Sword. It was a low-grade 10,000 runes Saint artifact, Sky Edge. A low-grade 10,000 runes Saint artifact's power was terrifying. With a single slash, 10,000 Dao sword domains and 10,000 Dao metal domains appeared. Overwhelming sword chi and frigid sword chi enveloped the 8 8th Tribulation half-true saints. Chi. The sword chi and sword light disappeared. The 8 8 Tribulation half-true saints were all lying on the ground, dead as could be. A peak First Tribulation half-true saint had used a low-grade 10,000 runes saint artifact and executed the Sky Sword 12 styles. The power was shocking, and even 8 8th Tribulation half-true saints couldn't do anything about it. 19th floor passed. A ray of light enveloped Lin Yi, and Lin Yi was sent to the 20th floor. On the 20th floor, there were 9 9th Tribulation half-true saints. Looking at the 9 9 Tribulation half-true saints, Lin Yi's expression turned serious. Space imprisonment. 1,000 edge wheel. Reaching out with a finger, the space within a 100-meter radius was instantly sealed. The moment the space was sealed, a palm-sized wheel appeared in Lin Yi's hand. As soon as the wheel appeared, blade lights blotted out the sky as they descended. Thousands of blade lights appeared. Every blade light was comparable to a full force attack from a 10,000 runes saint artifact. Chapter 3:24. The power of a supreme saint artifact, even if it was a low-grade supreme saint artifact. With a single strike, it could destroy the heavens and earth. The 1,000 Blades wheel was a supreme saint artifact that could attack multiple targets. When Lin Yi was hunting demonic beasts, he had relied on this supreme saint artifact to obtain a terrifying number of points on the heavenly ranking. Now, he was facing 9 9th Tribulation half-true saints. He had treated his opponents as demonic beasts. The 9 9th Tribulation half-true saints were swallowed by the 1,000 Blades wheel. At this moment, silence filled the air. He passed the 20th floor. In this kind of battle, he only had one chance to deal with many super experts. If he couldn't deal with them in one go, he would be the one to be killed. After passing the 20th floor, Lin Yi was swept up by the familiar light and entered the 21st floor. On the 21st floor of the tiny spirit tower, there was only one young expert. That's right, there was only one. However, there was only one person. This person was even more terrifying than the 9 9th Tribulation half-true saints on the previous floor. This was because this person was a true saint. His entire body exuded a heaven-destroying aura. Every move he made was filled with the supreme Tao of domains. You only have one chance to make a move. The young saint looked at Lin Yi and said in a cold voice. His voice was filled with supreme holy might, and it was as though he was a high and mighty god. Once is more than enough. Lin Yi said indifferently. As he spoke, the sky edge appeared in his hand. The sword domain and metal domain were pushed to the peak as he pointed a finger at the young saint. At the same time, the sky edge slashed out. A cold sword light flashed. In the next moment, silence filled the air. Pucci, Pucci. Lin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. The young saint also spat out a mouthful of blood. Both of them were heavily injured. It turned out that Lin Yi's spatial imprisonment had been blocked by the young saint's supreme saint aura, and the power of the spatial imprisonment had been greatly reduced. When the sky edge landed on the young saint had been injured. As for Lin Yi, he was also struck by the young saint's fist, and his internal organs were displaced. Soul voice. Skyheart pierce. Lin Yi's incomparably powerful spiritual will revolved, and his spiritual will attack. The heavenly heart pierce disappeared without a trace. The young saint looked pained. However, he broke free in the blink of an eye. The soul and consciousness of a saint were countless times stronger than that of a half-saint. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Yi was a powerful divine spiritual sorcerer, he wouldn't have been able to shake the young saint's sea of consciousness. Crimson blaze. Lin Yi shouted and stretched out his hand. His supreme artifact, the crimson flames, appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. Instantly, the destructive sword radiance of the crimson flames landed on the young saint. The power of the crimson flames saint weapon suppressed the young saint. The blazing sword radiance destroyed the young saint. Lin Yi's body swayed, and he almost fell over. Facing a saint, he had gone all out. He had even used his spiritual sense, spatial shackles, and a supreme sacred artifact. Although he had killed the saint, he had expended a lot of energy. Lin Yi, 21st floor, passed. He didn't have time to hesitate. The light engulfed him, and he entered the 22nd floor. Lin Yi looked at the two saints. Holding the crimson flames in his hand, he slashed down at one of the saints. The power of the supreme sacred artifact was blocked. The other saint's heaven-shattering attack had descended. Lin Yi's body collapsed. 22nd floor, failed. Walking out from the tiny spirit tower, Lin Yi wore a faint smile. Although he had failed at the 22nd floor, he was confident that if he was given another 2 years, he would definitely be able to reach the 30th floor. However, he knew that he couldn't stay here for that long. Even if he didn't go to other areas, he didn't have enough time. On the square of the tiny spirit tower, countless experts looked at Lin Yi as if they were looking at a monster. There was also envy in their eyes. 21st floor, an amplitude of 3. 1. Captain, congratulations. Captain, congratulations. Captain, congratulations. When Zhang Xiaochu and the others saw Lin Yi coming out, they all congratulated Lin Yi. An amplitude of 3. 1. Number 1 on the crystal stone tablet. They believed that this name wouldn't fall for hundreds of years. The group left the square of the tiny spirit tower and returned to their respective castles. The last 2 hours of the month, the world's heaven list ranking was fixed. Without a doubt, Lin Yi's victorious team occupied the top 15 of the world's heaven list. The total value of the top 15 was more than the total value of the 900 people below the heaven list. Lin Yi's heaven list value. It had reached a new height. Number 1. Lin Yi, amplitude of 3. 1. Heaven list value of 133.79 million. This was the highest heaven list value in the history of the Great Xiao world. Number 2. Zhang Xiaochu, amplitude of 2. 0. Heaven list value of 58 million. Number 3. Qian Wuxiu, amplitude of 2. 0. Heaven list value of 56.2 million. Number 4. Lai Tenyu, amplitude of 1. 8. Heaven list value of 48.6 million. Number 15. Lin Yang, amplitude of 1. 9. Heaven list value of 43.7 million. In this month, all of them had broken their own records. If it was any other time, Any one of them could dominate the world's heaven list and set the world's heaven list record. The powerhouses who were watching the world's heaven list were stunned when they saw the heaven list value of Lin Yi and the others. They might not be able to reach 100 million heaven list value, even if they were given 1,000 years. 1 month's worth of heaven list value could be exchanged for a supreme sacred weapon. Honor points could also be exchanged for precious equipment. 3 months later, you will be teleported to the Great Xia Holy City. Before you go to the Great Xia Holy City, you have one chance to enter the 8th and 9th floor of the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda to exchange for all your heaven list value and honor points. Here's a reminder. In the castle, Lin Yi was cultivating. The world spirit appeared in front of him, and its ancient voice sounded. In the light, a string of small golden words flashed. What are the conditions to be teleported to the Great Xia Holy City? Must I go, or do I have a choice? Lin Yi opened his eyes, looked at the small golden words, and asked the world spirit. Senior sister was right. He would also be teleported to other areas. All half-saints will be teleported out of Tiny Spirit City. It's just that the teleportation area is different. You have a choice, either go to other areas or leave the Great Xia world. The world spirit's voice sounded again, dispelling Lin Yi's doubts. It would have been better if it didn't say anything, but what it said made Lin Yi extremely depressed. How could this be called a choice? It meant that if he agreed to be teleported, he would go to other areas. If he didn't, he would be sent out of the Great Xia world. What are the benefits of going to other areas? If there are no benefits, isn't it better to leave the Great Xia world? Lin Yi asked. If there were no benefits, he would really leave the Great Xia world. This place was a place of trouble, and he really didn't want to be involved in this whirlpool. Go to other areas. As long as you complete the mission, you can cultivate in the Holy City. There are benefits in the Holy City that you can't imagine, but the premise is that you have enough contribution points, teleportation, trading, everything you need. It's better than Tiny Spirit City because Tiny Spirit City is the base camp of the new monstrous experts, and the Holy City is the center of the Great Xia world. The world spirit's voice was calm and unchanging. When Lin Yi heard it, he couldn't help but be curious about the Holy City of the Great Xia world. It could teleport and trade. Chapter 325. Are the other half-saints randomly teleported? This was the last question that Lin Yi was concerned about. If it wasn't random teleportation, he would naturally bring Zhang Xiaochu and the others with him. However, if it was random teleportation, he would have to be separated from them. The Great Xia world was so big, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream to meet them. Random teleportation. The spirit of the world said simply. After that, it disappeared. Lin Yi was lost in thought. After some time, Lin Yi asked the third prince and the others and found that they also received the news at the same time. They knew the news. No one said anything and could only be silent. After a short silence, they fought crazily, trying to earn enough heaven list points and honor points in the last 3 months to exchange for precious treasures. If they missed this opportunity, they would miss it forever. There would never be such a good opportunity again. Moreover, after leaving Tiny Spirit City, they would truly enter a dangerous and unknown world. In the first month, Lin Yi's heaven list points plus amplitude value reached 140 million. In the second month, Lin Yi's heaven list points plus amplitude value reached 170 million. In the third month, Lin Yi only fought for 20 days. In just 20 days, he also stood at the top of the world heaven list points. Heaven list points, 110 million. At this moment, Lin Yi's total heaven list points, 610 million. Honor points, 610,000. Walking out of the castle, Lin Yi walked directly to the Treasure Pagoda. On the 9th floor of the Treasure Pagoda, there were only 20 to 30 treasures on the 9th floor, each of which was a supreme sacred weapon. The highest price was 50,000 honor points, and the lowest was 5,000 honor points. Since you will be teleported to other areas, you're in the top 3, so you have the opportunity to buy 3 treasures. After 3 treasures, The remaining honor points will be converted to heaven list points and go to the 8th floor to buy the treasures you need. You have 2 hours to consider. After 2 hours, the 9th floor will be closed. The voice of the spirit of the world sounded. After its voice died down, Lin Yi didn't hesitate at all and directly chose the 3 most expensive and most powerful supreme sacred weapons that were suitable for him. Supreme sacred weapons. The 3 supreme sacred weapons cost him 150,000 honor points. However, he still had 460,000 honor points. If it was allowed, he could buy half of the supreme sacred artifacts here. Now, is there any other time to choose? Suggest something for me to consider. Lin Yi put away the 3 supreme sacred artifacts. He asked, "Yes, it is. Use all of your honor points to exchange for the supreme sacred artifact, the 9 cauldrons, as well as the next 6 levels of the 9 cauldrons suppressing gods." The world spirit didn't even consider it and gave its suggestion. Lin Yi's expression froze. He did not expect Tiny Spirit City to have a supreme sacred artifact, and it was the 9 cauldrons. The main reason was that the best supreme sacred artifact on the 9th level of the Treasure Sky Pagoda was a supreme sacred artifact. There was no supreme sacred artifact. Now, the world spirit actually said that there was a supreme sacred artifact. 9 cauldrons. If the 9 cauldrons god suppressing 9 cauldrons were cultivated to great success, in addition to the 9 cauldrons, the shocking power was simply unimaginable. Moreover, in exchange for the supreme sacred artifact, the 9 cauldrons, there would be a bonus for the last 6 levels of the 9 cauldrons god. Now, he finally understood why he didn't see the last 6 levels of the 9 cauldrons god. It turned out that Tiny Spirit City didn't take out the 9 cauldrons and the 9 cauldrons god. Naturally, no one knew about the 9 cauldrons and the 9 cauldrons god. Supreme sacred artifact plus the 9 cauldrons god. 10 times more expensive than a supreme sacred artifact? Lin Yi didn't understand. No matter how good a supreme sacred artifact was, the price was 10 times more expensive than a supreme sacred artifact. He couldn't accept it. Supreme sacred artifact, 9 cauldrons. Evolved to the extreme, surpassing a sacred artifact. The 7th level of the 9 cauldrons god is the supreme sacred artifact. The 8th level is the supreme sacred artifact. And the 9th level is the superpower. Now you understand, this is also the reason why Tiny Spirit Tower doesn't take out the 9 cauldrons and the 9 cauldrons god. The world spirit slowly explained. It explained the reason why the 9 cauldrons and the 9 cauldrons god were so expensive. Surpassing a sacred artifact. Lin Yi's face couldn't help but distort. This was indeed beyond his imagination. He didn't expect the 9 cauldrons god to surpass a sacred artifact and reach the superpower level at its strongest. The 9 cauldrons weren't just a supreme sacred artifact. If the 9 cauldrons god was cultivated to the peak, the 9 cauldrons would surpass a sacred artifact. No wonder the price was so expensive. Moreover, if he didn't ask the world spirit, he wouldn't even know that there were 6 levels after the 9 cauldrons and the 9 cauldrons god. All right. Use all my honor points to exchange for the 9 cauldrons and the 9 cauldrons god. Heaven list points. I'll go to the 8th level to exchange for treasures. Lin Yi didn't hesitate anymore. He opened his mouth to exchange for the 9 cauldrons and the 9 cauldrons god. The world spirit didn't say anything. However, on the 9th level, a mysterious light appeared. In the mysterious light, 9 palm-sized cauldrons floated in the air. The 9 cauldrons formed a ring and emitted a mysterious aura. This was the 9 cauldrons. Supreme sacred artifact. Where's the 9 cauldrons god? Lin Yi looked at the 9 cauldrons, but he didn't see any 9 cauldrons god. He waited for a full 15 minutes, but there was still no movement. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. So he asked the world spirit. The 9 cauldrons god's last 6 levels. It's on top of the 9 cauldrons. The world spirit said. Hearing the world spirit's words, Lin Yi almost fell to the ground. This was too much. The Nine Cauldrons god was on top of the Nine Cauldrons, but it said it as if the two were not together. He put away the 9 cauldrons. Lin Yi walked towards the 8th level. 610 million heavenless points. He wanted to exchange them all for treasures of heaven and earth and sacred artifacts. 2 hours later, Lin Yi left the heavenly treasure pagoda. This time he gained a lot. On the 9th level, he obtained a total of 4 supreme sacred artifacts, including the 9 cauldrons. On the 8th level, 610 million heavenless points were exchanged for 5 supreme sacred artifacts and 2 Saint's Soul heavenly fruits. The remaining 10 million heavenless points were exchanged for some jade talismans on the 1st and 2nd levels. After walking out of the heavenly treasure pagoda, he only had 200,000 heavenless points left. This was because he left 200,000 heavenless points to go to the Tower of Time. In the Tower of Time, he couldn't refine and integrate supreme sacred artifacts. He could only cultivate the 9 cauldrons god and starry sky divine tactics, as well as various sacred level martial skills. Time passed day by day. In the 9-fold space, 14 years had passed. On this day, Lin Yi left the Tower of Time. When he returned to the castle, Zhang Xiaochu, Lai Tenyu, and the others were already waiting for him. This was because they were also teleporting out of Tiny Spirit City today to the other 8 regions of the Great Xiao World. In the future, it would be impossible for them to meet in the Great Xiao World. So, they came here to bid farewell to Lin Yi. Captain! Seeing Lin Yi return, Zhang Xiaochu and the others all greeted Lin Yi with respect. Over the past year, Lin Yi had led them to the peak. Chapter 326. It's time to leave. Lin Yi looked at Lai Tenyu and the others, then looked at the castle. They did not enter the castle, but headed towards the central plaza of Tiny Spirit City. The teleportation had to be done from the central plaza. Along the way, no one spoke. The atmosphere was gloomy because the brothers who had been together for more than a year were going to be separated today. If they were lucky, they might end up in the same region as another person. What they looked forward to the most was being sent to the same region as Lin Yi. Soon, the group arrived at the central plaza. The entire Tiny Spirit City's monstrous geniuses were gathered here. There were more than 3,000 people. However, only a large portion of them could leave. Those who had not reached the half-true saint realm could only stay here, at the edge of the altar, close to 2,000 half-true saints. Seeing Lin Yi and the others appear, all the experts raised their eyebrows. Some of the experts who looked down on Zhang Xiaochu and the others had killing intent in their eyes. In their eyes, without Lin Yi, the others were not worth mentioning. First tribulation, half-true, saints on the left. Second tribulation, half-true, saints on the right. The world's top 100 in the middle. After all the experts had arrived, the Guardian announced loudly. The 2,000 half-true saints were divided into 3 groups. First tribulation, half-true saints, and second tribulation, half-true saints were in the middle. The world's top 100 experts were in the middle. After a while, the 3 groups of experts were in their positions. Every time, there will be 7 first tribulation half-true saints, 7 second tribulation half-true saints, and one of the world's top 100 experts. You will be sent to the other 8 regions in the Grand Xiao World. The Guardian stated the rules of the teleportation. After speaking, he opened the teleportation gate. The 8 teleportation gates opened at the same time. All the experts entered the gates in batches. Time passed by second. Soon, it was Zhang Xiaochu's turn. Zhang Xiaochu was sent to the central Blue Sky City. Xuefeng was sent to the Spirit Dragon Sky City. Zhou Baiyu was sent to the Demon Sealing Sky City. Lin Yang was sent to the Cloud Returning Sky City. Zhuge Ling was sent to the Grand Xia Holy City. Lai Tenyu was sent to the Imperial Orchid Sky City. Every time, they would be sent to the same place as the other 14 half-true saints. If they teleported like this, they would all be separated. Unknowingly, the teleportation had reached its end. When it was Lin Ye's turn, Lin Yi was teleported to the sacred city of the Great Xia. There were only 6 half-saints with him. 7 of them entered the teleportation gate leading to the sacred city of the Great Xia. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. There was no more information about them in Tiny Spirit City. As they watched Lin Yi and the others leave, the flames of hope ignited in the hearts of all the Devas in the central square of Tiny Spirit City. Without the Half-Saint and Lin Ye's group, they would have a greater chance of entering the World's Heaven list. He would strive to get on the World Heaven leaderboard in the last year and earn more Heaven leaderboard points. However, there was a problem at the same time. That was, without a Half-Saint in Tiny Spirit City, it would be difficult for Celestial Realm experts to go out and hunt demonic beasts because there were countless Emperor-level demonic beasts gathered outside Tiny Spirit City. Lin Yi and his team members had already left. However, their reputation in Tiny Spirit City had never declined. They were a miracle. The sacred city of the Great Xia, the sacred city in the center of the Great Xia world. This was also the imperial capital of the Great Xia world in ancient times and ruled the entire Great Xia world. The sacred city was said to be 100,000 miles from east to west and 100,000 miles from north to south. It was an ancient city that had existed for tens of millions of years. The entire sacred city gathered 1 billion ordinary citizens of the Great Xia world, as well as the powerful Celestial Army and Half-Saint Army. The existence of the army was necessary to resist the Demon Clan, the Blood Clan, and other races. Around the sacred city, there were countless cities of various sizes. It was the same for the other 7 great sage cities. Boom! Roar! A terrifying battle was breaking out in the wilderness 100,000 miles away from the sacred city of the Great Xia world. The two sides of the battle were the experts of the sacred city of the Great Xia world and the experts of the Demon Clan. With the Great Xia world as the center, the area within 100,000 miles was a safe zone. If one left this safe zone, one could encounter experts of the Demon Clan at any time. It was also possible to encounter experts of the Blood Clan or other races. Even though the Blood Clan, Demon Clan, and other races had swept over, the true peak battle had yet to break out. There were only battles between experts. However, the Great Xia World's army was constantly mobilized, ready to welcome the 3 races' invasion at any time. In the wilderness, 2 beautiful women were surrounded by 4 experts of the Demon Clan. Both of them were 5th Tribulation half-true saints. As for the 4 experts of the Demon Clan, all of them were 7th Tribulation half-true saints. However, the 2 women were able to resist 4 7th Tribulation half-true saints. Holy Maiden, you go first. This servant will cover you. A young girl in a maid's robe shouted at the other woman as she attacked continuously. In her hand, there was a high-grade 10,000 runes saint artifact. Moreover, she didn't even have a single saint rune. Lying, let's go together. This holy maiden doesn't believe that these beasts can stop us. The woman who was called the Holy Maiden looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She wore a dark purple robe and looked extremely beautiful. She was like a goddess from the 9 heavens. Her beautiful eyes looked at the 4 experts of the Demon Clan and said indifferently, "The Holy Maiden of the Great Xia world. Not bad, not bad. This Demon King has taken a liking to her." In the void, a demonic cloud rolled over. Demonic chi soared into the sky and tore through space. That rolling voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking the ground to the point that it couldn't help but tremble. When the voice sounded, a huge figure appeared in the void. It was a giant expert of the Demon Clan. He was at the peak of the 9th Tribulation half-true Saint Realm and was only a step away from entering the Saint Realm. This was an expert of the Demon Clan. He was 20 meters tall and exuded a terrifying aura. His demonic chi distorted the space around him. At this moment, the expert of the Demon Clan was staring at the Holy Maiden of the Great Xia world. His eyes were filled with evil. The Holy Maiden of a human race had an extremely revered status. If he could capture a Holy Maiden back, his name would definitely spread. Moreover, this Holy Maiden was so beautiful that there was no reason not to go crazy for her. Demon King. the holy maiden of the great Xia world, Ling Yinyu. Looking at the giant expert of the demon clan in the void, a solemn expression appeared on her beautiful face. To be called a demon king, he must be a powerful ninth tribulation emperor, realm demonic beast. Moreover, regardless of whether it was in terms of intelligence or strength, he was in existence at the peak. Compared to the average ninth tribulation emperor, realm demonic beast, he was several levels stronger. Although she was not afraid of the 4 seventh tribulation half-true saints, she was not so confident in facing a demon king. For a moment, her mind raced as she thought of a way to escape. If she fell into the hands of the demon clan, she would suffer a fate worse than death. This was especially true for women. For a beautiful woman like her, if she was captured by a demon clan expert, her fate was unimaginable. Don't resist. Just surrender. Seeing the change in Ling Yinyu's expression, the giant demon king became excited. An earth-shattering amount of demonic energy rushed towards Ling Yinyu. He did not dare to stay here because this place was too close to the great Xia holy city. Moreover, this beautiful woman in front of him was a holy maiden. She must have many tricks up her sleeves. Chapter 327. Boom. Seeing the demonic beast king's demonic energy descending, Ling Yinyu waved her hand. Instantly, a rosy cloud flew towards the sky. That rosy cloud wasn't a rosy cloud. It was a mid-grade saint artifact. When the two terrifying forces collided, the space around them shattered. Ling Yinyu's beautiful face turned pale as her delicate body was thrown far away. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She looked extremely miserable as she stared at the demonic beast king in horror. She was a 5th tribulation half-true saint. Even if she encountered an 8th or 9th tribulation half-true saint, she could still fight. However, she had encountered a demonic beast king. Compared to other 9th tribulation half-true saints, the demonic beast king was several levels stronger. With just one strike, she was already severely injured. It was obvious that she wasn't a match for the demonic beast king. Moreover, the demonic beast king hadn't used any powerful attacks. He had only used his demonic energy to push her back. One could imagine how terrifying the demonic beast king's strength was. Thinking of this, a trace of fear flashed across Ling Yinyu's beautiful face. Puchi. In the distance, Lu Ying was being attacked by 4 5th tribulation half-true saints. She was severely injured. This scene shocked Ling Yinyu beyond words. At this moment, wanting to leave and return to the Grand Xia holy city was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Angel token. Looking at the injured Lu Ying, Ling Yinyu didn't dare to hesitate anymore. She stretched out her hand, and a mysterious rune rippled out, following which a ray of light shone in the void. This was the unique communication method of the heavenly princes and heavenly princes of the Grand Xia world. As long as the angel token was released, all the human experts within a radius of 10,000 miles would be the first to discover it. The human experts who discovered the angel token had to immediately locate the heavenly princes and assist them. Ignorant. The demonic beast king looked at Ling Yinyu's distress signal. A disdainful smile appeared on his ugly and evil face. A huge palm slammed toward the angel token. Instantly, the light scattered and disappeared in the air. The angel token had failed. Ling Yinyu saw this scene. Despair rose in her heart. At this moment, not only was she unable to save Lu Ying, but she couldn't even leave. You want to capture me alive? Dream on. Ling Yinyu's beautiful face revealed a frosty expression. True Yuan circulated throughout her body. At this moment, his most powerful talent was unleashed. To be able to become one of the 10 holy maidens of the great Xia, there was no need to mention her talent. She was definitely the most monstrous among the women in the great Xia holy city. As a holy maiden, she received the protection of the great Xia holy city and obtained countless natural treasures. He had some mysterious means on him. Since he was forced into a desperate situation, he naturally had to fight back. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Rumble, rumble, for a moment. Ling Yinyu and the Monster King were engaged in a fierce battle. One wanted to capture him alive. One was fighting desperately. Such a battle was terrifying to the extreme. In the beginning, Ling Yinyu relied on her mystical treasures and methods to gain the upper hand. However, as time passed, Ling Yinyu gradually lost ground and fell into a disadvantageous position. If this continued, Ling Yinyu would definitely die or be captured. Monster, he was just a monster. A demon king was indeed a demon king. Perhaps his wealth was not as great as the fairies, but his cultivation was terrifying, and he was very experienced. Slowly, he grasped the rhythm of the battle. Hiss, in the void not far from the battle, a ray of light flashed. The radiance appeared and disappeared in a flash. The radiance disappeared, and a figure appeared. The figure floated steadily in the air and looked around. What is this place? Didn't you say that we were teleported to the great Xia holy city? The figure stabilized. It was a young man. The young man looked to be in his 20s, and he looked like a disciple of an aristocratic family. He had a scholarly aura, just like a scholar. It was impossible to associate him with an expert. His appearance was not outstanding, but his eyes were wise. He gave off a pleasing feeling, and there was a sense of transcendence. He was dressed in green clothes that fit him well. Lin Yi. That's right, it was Lin Yi. Lin Yi, who was teleported over from Wiling City. He didn't expect that after being teleported out, he would not be in the great Xia holy city, but in the wilderness. Moreover, there was a terrifying battle not far away. The battle was fierce. The two experts in the battle were extremely terrifying. Human woman, demon race expert. Lin Yi glanced over and saw the entire situation of the battle. He realized that the battle was between humans and demons. Moreover, the human woman was at a disadvantage. If this continued, she would be killed soon. However, he could see that the demon race expert wanted to capture her alive. Otherwise, with the strength of the demon race, it would be easy to kill the human woman. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business. However, the one being abused was a human, and a woman at that. Of course, he didn't like the woman, but he was worried that if the woman fell into the hands of the demon race expert, her fate would be unimaginable. For a woman, it would be better to die. It would be fine if he didn't encounter it. However, the place where he was teleported to was the location of the battle, and he encountered it. He really didn't know if it was a coincidence or fate. After speaking, he walked towards the direction of the battle step by step. He strolled in the air with his hands behind his back. Soon, Lin Yi appeared at the place of the battle, standing in the air, watching the battle between the demon race expert and the human woman. Greenhouse flower. Looking at the human woman, Lin Yi said lightly. She was extremely beautiful, comparable to Silent Soul. However, compared to Silent Soul, her battle experience was world apart. If Silent Soul had this woman's cultivation, he would definitely be able to kill the demon race expert in front of him. It was obvious that this woman was a greenhouse flower and had never experienced life and death. Another one to die. The Demon King naturally saw Lin Yi's appearance. He couldn't help but be shocked. However, he realized that Lin Yi was just a first tribulation half-true saint, so he directly ignored Lin Yi. He could kill a first tribulation half-true saint with a single finger. Who are you calling a greenhouse flower? Why aren't you helping me? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Ling Yinyu couldn't help but snort coldly. She hated it when people talked about her like this, because she was indeed a greenhouse flower. She had never left the great Xia holy city. This time, she secretly left the great Xia holy city. She didn't expect to encounter a demon race expert after leaving the great Xia holy city. Now, she even encountered a powerful demon king. She was extremely depressed. She was already depressed enough, but she didn't expect a human to talk about her like this. Arrogant and overbearing. Is this the attitude of someone asking for help? Lin Yi smiled. He looked at Ling Yinyu and said, "What do you want?" Ling Yinyu resisted the Demon King's attack with difficulty as she spoke to Lin Yi. At this moment, she had reached her limit and no longer had the strength to resist or escape. However, when she looked at Lin Yi, she was completely disappointed. She didn't pay attention to Lin Yi's cultivation at first. Chapter 328. Beg you. A look of disbelief appeared on Ling Yinyu's face. Where did a first tribulation, half-true, saint get the courage to say such words? Pooh, she was already at a disadvantage. She was severely injured by the Demon King when she was distracted. Her delicate body was sent flying like a broken kite. She landed heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. She was in an extremely sorry state. She was a dignified, holy maiden. How could she be reduced to such a state? Seeing Ling Yinyu fall to the ground, the evil smile on the Demon King's face became even more sinister. He grabbed Ling Yinyu with his huge palm. He didn't even put Lin Yi in his eyes. In fact, he even ignored Lin Yi. Just as the huge palm was about to grab Ling Yinyu, a look of despair appeared on Ling Yinyu's beautiful face. Take back your dirty claws. Just as Ling Yinyu was in despair, Lin Ye's voice sounded. His voice was as calm as ever, as if he was playing it down. Even in the face of a Demon King, he was still calm and collected, his face calm and collected. However, as he spoke, his right hand, which was originally behind his back, slowly fell to the ground, following which he punched out. Unparalleled fist light went straight for the Demon King's palm. Boom! A destructive explosion sounded. The Demon King's palm was smashed by the terrifying fist light. Fresh blood dripped from his palm. The Demon King's body retreated 100 meters. A look of shock appeared on his face. Although he was from the demon race, his intelligence was comparable to a human. In fact, he was even smarter than an average human. Although he wasn't on guard against Lin Ye's punch, he was still injured. This was enough to prove that the young man in front of him wasn't simple. More importantly, the young man was just a first tribulation half-true saint. The more he was like this, the more fearful he was. Despicable human. How dare you injure this Demon King? You're courting death. The tall Demon King was enraged. Even if he was fearful of this first tribulation half-true saint, he still wanted to kill the two of them. No matter how powerful they were just first tribulation half-true saints. Moreover, this human had only injured him because of sneak attack. If they were to fight, he could kill this human. Even holy maidens weren't his opponents, let alone an ordinary first tribulation half-true saint. As he spoke, a terrifying demonic power crushed towards Lin Yi. A huge fist smashed out violently. Wherever the fist light passed, the demonic power pierced through space. Towards Ling Yinyu, he still had some protective feelings towards her because he wanted to capture her alive. However, towards Lin Yi, it was a completely violent bombardment. This was because his goal was only to kill Lin Yi. Heavenly Emperor Fist, Level 5. Lin Yi activated the Starry Sky Divine Art. Lin Ye's peak first tribulation, half-true, saint strength erupted. Looking at the Beast King's fist flying towards him, Lin Yi countered with a punch. However, this punch contained the might of the 5th level of the Heavenly Emperor Fist. The first level of the invincible attack was fused with twice the attack. Instantly, everything in the world lost its color. The might of a saint-tier martial skill was displayed at this moment. Boom! Boom! Both of them attacked with their fists. A showdown of strength. Lin Yi was merely a human, and his cultivation was only at the first tribulation half-true saint realm. On the other hand, the Beast King was a peerless expert of the demonic race. His cultivation was at the 9th tribulation half-true saint realm, and he was known as the Beast King. Given the difference in their cultivation levels, they shouldn't be fighting each other. However, at this moment, a terrifying battle broke out between the two of them. More importantly, Lin Yi actually relied on his strength to fight against the Demon King of the demon race. The demonic race's innate strength was terrifying, and their physique was tough. In this aspect, humans were at a disadvantage. Frigid Heaven's Aurora. Heaven Extinguishing Finger. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Heavenly Phoenix Divine Seal. In an instant, Lin Yi executed one saint-tier martial skill after another. Every single one of his attacks was a shockingly powerful attack. For defense, he had the Silver Star battle armor and a feather robe on his body. The might of the fifth transformation of the 9 divine dragon transformations wasn't something to be trifled with. Moreover, he had this self-healing physique. Even if he was injured, he could heal in an instant. The Beast King was a 9th Tribulation half-true Saint Realm expert. His strength was unparalleled, but he had never imagined that there would be a day when he would be on par with a First Tribulation half-true Saint Realm expert. At the side, Ling Yinyu was saved. She heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Tossing a holy pill in her mouth, she rapidly recovered her injuries and true essence. At the same time, she paid attention to the battle between Lin Yi and the Beast King. As long as she recovered a little, she would think of a way to escape and return to the Grand Xia Holy City. While healing her injuries, she looked at the battle in the sky. When she saw the battle between Lin Yi and the Beast King, a look of shock appeared on her beautiful face. Lin Yi's strength had exceeded her imagination. A First Tribulation half-true Saint Realm expert was actually able to fight against a Beast King with his strength. It was hard to imagine how such a frail body could possess such terrifying strength. Whoosh! While Lin Yi was restraining the Beast King, Ling Yinyu took the opportunity. Ling Yinyu released the Angel Token. In an instant, a mysterious light flickered in the void. This light contained a mysterious aura. As long as an expert was within 100,000 miles, they would be able to sense the heavenly spirit maiden and rush over to help. The Beast King saw that Ling Yinyu had successfully released the Angel Token. He couldn't help but feel anxious. This place was too close to the Grand Xia Holy City. When the experts of the Grand Xia Holy City saw the Angel Token, they would definitely rush over. At that time, even he would have no choice but to stay here. In a moment of panic, the Beast King's strength erupted from his body. A giant sword that was a 10,000 runes saint artifact appeared in his hand. The giant sword slashed towards Lin Yi. Silver Star, Sacred Sword. One sword chilling light of 19 prefectures. Sword chi traversing 30,000 miles. When Lin Yi saw the Beast King using a weapon, he knew that the Beast King was anxious. He didn't dare to hesitate. His divine sense moved. The Silver Star Sacred Sword appeared in his hand. In an instant, the metal domain and sword domain erupted. When the sword slashed out, heaven and earth were filled with dazzling cold light. Behind the cold light was boundless sword chi. In just 2 breaths of time, the sword chi in heaven and earth disappeared. The Beast King's head was crushed by the sword chi and sword chi. The Beast King's huge body fell heavily to the ground. A crack appeared on Lin Yi's Silver Star battle armor. This was caused by the Beast King's attack. The Silver Star battle armor was damaged. Fortunately, the Silver Star battle armor's power had neutralized most of the Beast King's attack. What a pity, Lin Yi muttered to himself. The Silver Star battle armor was damaged. He would need to consume a lot of precious materials to repair it. To him, repairing the Silver Star battle armor was not worth it. Now, the invisible warship was considered useless. Without the Silver Star armor, the Silver Star Sacred Sword could no longer unleash the power of the complete set of Saint artifacts. In this battle, he had lost a set of 1,000 runes Saint artifacts. With a thought, he took off the Silver Star battle armor. He also kept the Silver Star Sacred Sword in the 9-fold space. In the future, he would never use this set of 1,000 runes Saint artifacts again. After doing all this, he took a step forward and walked towards the Beast King's corpse. In the next instant, Lin Yi appeared in front of the Beast King's corpse. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found the Beast King's storage bag. He grabbed the Beast King's storage bag from a distance and grabbed it. By the way, is this the Grand Xia Holy City? Lin Yi looked at Ling Yinyu, who was recuperating at the side. He asked indifferently. Chapter 329. This is the Great Xia Holy City. Hearing Lin Yi's question, Ling Yinyu answered. At this moment, she no longer dared to underestimate Lin Yi. This was a monster that could even kill a demonic beast king. A first tribulation half-true saint that could kill a ninth tribulation half-true saint. The bearded man did not dare to imagine it. Even she, the goddess of the great Xia holy city, did not want to offend such a person. Chi, after confirming that this was the great Xia holy city. Lin Yi looked at the four demonic beast experts in the distance and waved his hand. A cold light cut through the space. 4 seventh tribulation, half-true, Saint Realm experts had fallen. Lu Ying walked out from the brink of death and sat on the ground. After everything was done, Lin Yi walked step by step in the direction Ling Yinyu pointed at. It seemed slow, but every step he took brought him a few miles away. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi was already in the sky. Wait! Ling Yinyu saw that Lin Yi was about to disappear. She could not help but shout. At the same time, her figure flashed, and she pulled Lu Ying to chase after him. She was curious. She was so beautiful and was viewed as a goddess by the heaven-chosen of the Grand Xia sacred city. She had countless suitors, and those who had seen her before were all infatuated with her. However, that ordinary-looking young man had never once looked at her in the eye. This made her feel a little unbalanced and a little curious. She was a woman. When you looked at her, she said you were frivolous. When you did not look at her, she was unhappy. What's the matter? Lin Yi stopped and turned around to look at Ling Yinyu as he asked. This beautiful woman was indeed beautiful. However, she was still a little lacking compared to Silent Soul. In fact, compared to Silent Soul, she was not inferior. The only thing she could not compare to was her temperament. Silent Soul's temperament was a combination of holiness and charm. In this aspect, not only Ling Yinyu could not compare to Silent Soul, there were not many women in this world who could compare to him. Aren't you from the great Xia holy city? Are you from the other 8 regions? Ling Yinyu didn't answer Lin Yi's question. Instead, she asked Lin Yi curiously. If Lin Yi was from the sacred city of Grand Xia, he wouldn't have asked her if this was the sacred city of Grand Xia. If they were not from the great Xia sacred city, then they should be from the other 8 regions. I'm from Tiny Spirit City, Lin Yi replied. There was nothing to hide. Tiny Spirit City, are you an outsider? The curiosity on Ling Yinyu's beautiful face grew even stronger. In Wiling City, although most of the people were experts from the great Xia world, there were also outsiders. Of course, outsiders could also appear in the other 8 regions of the great Xia world. But all in all, Tiny Spirit City had the most outsiders. The first tribulation, half-true saint in front of her was much stronger than she had imagined. She couldn't help but associate Lin Yi with an outsider. Not bad. I'm from the Heavenly Sun Empire. I've been in Tiny Spirit City for more than a year. I just came from Tiny Spirit City and saw you fighting with the Demon King. Have you seen any outsiders in the sacred city of Grand Xia? Lin Yi said. He looked at Ling Yinyu as he spoke. Every 50 years, the 2 empires would open up the great Xia world and send in the most monstrous experts. After 3 years, they would have to leave and return to the heavenly purification territory. Otherwise, they would stay here forever. Staying here forever wasn't living here. It was being buried here. This rule had always been in place. The experts from the great Xia world weren't affected at all. However, if the people from the great Xia world wanted to leave the heavenly purification territory, they would be killed. You're really an outsider. I've never seen an outsider. Besides, there's no difference between an outsider and us here. How would I know who is an outsider? Oh, right. Are you really a first tribulation half-true saint? Are you sure you're not a saint? Ling Yinyu looked extremely happy. She looked at Lin Yi as though she was looking at a rare treasure. She suspected that Lin Yi wasn't a first tribulation half-true saint, but a saint who had concealed his cultivation. Otherwise, how could he kill a 9th tribulation half-true saint? Moreover, she wasn't injured at all. I'm sure I'm a first tribulation half-true saint. Also, what's a heavenly maiden? Lin Yi frowned. His strength didn't seem like a first tribulation half-true saint, but more like a saint. Right now, he wanted to improve his cultivation realm the most. He also wanted to find an exit to leave the great Xia world. Otherwise, he would have to stay here forever. This wasn't what he wanted. Suddenly, he remembered that this woman called herself a heavenly maiden. What exactly was a heavenly maiden? How can you say that? A heavenly maiden is a human. When Lu Ying heard Lin Ye's words, she couldn't help but be stunned. She then shouted. Although Lin Ye had saved her and her servants' lives, Lin Ye's words were meant to humiliate them. Moreover, she had been with Ling Yin since young. Although they were master and servant, they were like sisters. When they were in the great Xia holy city, the heavenly maidens were high and mighty, which made her develop a sense of superiority. She felt that everyone had to respect them, and she couldn't change her attitude. Lu Ying, I'm sorry. Lu Ying was rude. Heavenly maidens are like princesses and holy maidens in the great Xia holy city. There are heavenly maidens and heavenly maidens. Ling Yinyu heard Lu Ying's words. She was shocked. If these words were said to other people, it wouldn't be a big deal, but to this young man in front of her, something bad might happen. Even if she was the heavenly maiden of the great Xia holy city, she immediately apologized to Lin Yi. Tell me about the great Xia holy city. I will stay here for more than a year. Lin Yi shook his head indifferently. If he had to be calculative with a little girl over such a small matter, he would be lowering his status. Besides, there was a problem with the literal meaning of his words. Now, he wanted to know more about the great Xia holy city. Wait, let's go back to the holy city first. I don't know much about the great Xia holy city. By the way, I'm Ling Yinyu, one of the 10 heavenly maidens of the great Xia holy city. Ling Yinyu looked around. This time, when she secretly left the holy city, she was almost caught by the demon king. If Lin Yi hadn't appeared, she would have been better off dead. Until now, she still had lingering fears. Once bitten, twice shy, she didn't feel safe until she returned to the holy city. Okay, Lin Yi glanced at Ling Yinyu. He knew that this beautiful girl was really frightened this time, so he didn't argue with her. He could only follow Ling Yinyu into the holy city first. He was naturally happy to have someone to lead the way. Then, the three of them flew in the direction of the holy city. Although Ling Yinyu and Lu Ying were injured, they had precious divine pills to heal their injuries. Their injuries quickly stabilized and didn't affect their flight. 100,000 miles. They arrived in half a day. Looking at the boundless city, it gave people a strong feeling of shock. There are no city walls, but it was protected by a light that was like the Milky Way. From afar, the ancient city that had existed for tens of millions of years looked like the 9 heavens divine city. The void was shrouded in magical light. Chapter 3:30. The Great Xia Holy City is in front. To enter the Great Xia Holy City, you must have a token. Even if I bring you along, you still need to be checked. However, as long as you're a human, there won't be any obstacles. You just need to go through a simple procedure. To go through the procedure, you need some simple information. Ling Yinyu stopped. She said to Lin Yi. After that, she looked at Lin Yi. This is my identity information. Thank you. Lin Ye's mind moved, and he took out the identity crystal and handed it to Ling Yinyu. The identity crystal was his identity. However, as long as he didn't want it, even if others took it, they wouldn't be able to see the information inside. Even if he gave the identity crystal to Ling Yinyu now, Ling Yinyu could only see the identity information he left in the Great Xia world. Next, Ling Yinyu handed Lin Ye's identity crystal to Lu Ying. Lu Ying didn't say anything. She took the identity crystal and flew towards the Great Xia Holy City. At the city gate, she helped Lin Yi with the procedures to enter the city. When Lin Yi and Ling Yinyu arrived at the city wall, Lu Ying had already completed the procedures. He looked at the light screen that was like a city wall. Lin Yi was shocked. It was too majestic. It was too spectacular. The light screen was 1,000 meters tall. The magical light screen emitted a destructive and terrifying aura. The seemingly weak light screen gave people a feeling that it was indestructible. Lin Yi couldn't help but want to punch this light screen. He wanted to see how strong this light screen was. However, he still held himself back. If he couldn't resist, he might be arrested by the patrols of the Great Xia Holy City. Young Master Lin, your procedures have been completed. Now, you can stay in the Great Xia Holy City for 10 days. After 10 days, you have to leave the Great Xia Holy City. Otherwise, the defense of the Great Xia Holy City will drag you out and send you out of the city. Ling Yinyu took Lin Ye's identity crystal and handed it to Lin Yi. She already knew Lin Ye's basic identity information. As a heavenly lady of the Great Xia Holy City, it was rare for her to call him young Master Lin. Thank you. Lin Yi nodded and thanked him. He took the ID crystal and put it in the ninefold space. The three of them walked into the holy city. When he passed by the light screen scanned Lin Yi and confirmed that Lin Yi was a human. If Lin Yi was not a human, he would be obliterated by the light screen. In the world of Grand Xia, everything was so pure. The Great Xia Holy City was only accessible to humans. Any other races that entered the Great Xia Holy City would vanish like smoke. The Saint City was many times more prosperous than the heavenly city of the Heavenly Sun Empire. Lin Yi couldn't see any difference between this place and the Heavenly Sun Empire. Along the way, wherever Ling Yinyu passed, countless experts would greet her politely. Her identity as a heavenly daughter was fully revealed here. There were also countless geniuses who admired her. However, when they saw Lin Yi, they couldn't help but reveal a cold gaze, and even some hostility. Of course, some heaven-defying geniuses completely ignored Lin Yi. Even if Lin Yi was by Ling Yinyu's side, he wouldn't be a threat to them. In their opinion, Lin Yi was too ordinary. He was so ordinary that he didn't even qualify to be their competitor. Young Master Lin, we're here. After flying for 4 hours in the holy city, Ling Yinyu finally came to a stop. What appeared before them was an endless stretch of palaces. The palaces were like a forest or an ocean. Ling Yinyu pointed at one of the palaces and said, "Misty Rain Pavilion." Lin Yi looked at the palaces and pavilions in front of him. At the top of the pavilion, there was a plaque, "Misty Rain Pavilion." Needless to say, it was specially built for Ling Yinyu. At least, it was changed because of Ling Yinyu's arrival. "Young Master Lin, please." Ling Yinyu made an inviting gesture. Through today's encounter, she understood the situation clearly. Heavenly daughters had a certain status in the holy city. However, once they left the holy city, they were nothing. Only by becoming stronger could they establish themselves in this world. Just as the young man in front of her said, she was a greenhouse flower. She had never experienced life and death. No matter how high her cultivation was or how high her status was, it was useless. In her heart, she was curious about this outsider called Lin Yi. A first tribulation half-true saint was actually able to kill a demon king so easily. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Lin Yi didn't stand on ceremony. He stepped into the Misty Rain Pavilion. The Misty Rain Pavilion was quiet and beautiful. When the maids and servants saw Ling Yinyu return, they bowed and greeted her. Heavenly daughters had a noble status that made people look up to her. In the pavilion in the courtyard, Lin Yi and Ling Yinyu sat opposite each other. "Young Master Lin, look, this is the rule of the holy city. Those who enter the holy city are not allowed to use their domains. Otherwise, the holy city's defense system will erase them. Therefore, the holy city is absolutely safe. The experts in the holy city have to complete their missions. Although young Master Lin is an outsider, you can't be exempted from your mission, even if you're only staying in the holy city temporarily." After the maids served fragrant tea and spiritual fruits, the maids took their leave. Ling Yinyu stretched out her hand and a scroll appeared. When the scroll opened, the holy city's rules and countless information appeared on the scroll. It emitted a mysterious light and looked incomparably mysterious. Lin Yi was stunned when he saw it. This kind of scroll. Does everyone in the holy city have it, or only the heavenly daughters have it? Lin Yi took the scroll and asked Ling Yinyu. He asked Ling Yinyu, with such a mystical scroll, everything in the sacred city of Grand Xia would be under his control. His gaze was attracted by the information and rules on the scroll. He scanned it with his divine sense and memorized all the information on the scroll. Although he would only stay in the holy city for slightly more than a year before returning to the heavenly purification territory. However, during this 1 year or so, his interests and safety were at stake. The 10 heavenly daughters and the 10 heavenly sons all have it. Other than us, the guardian elders of the holy city also have it. Other than them, no one else has it. Moreover, only the heavenly daughters, heavenly sons, and guardian elders can open it. Moreover, the information on this scroll will change according to what happens in the holy city and will be updated from time to time. Ling Yinyu tasted the tea gently. She was waiting for Lin Yi to read the information on the scroll. So that's how it is. It seems that I have to report to the Holy Palace. There are still various missions waiting for me. Lin Yi had a terrifyingly powerful divine sense. With a sweep of his divine sense, all the information was imprinted into his consciousness. Soon, he finished reading some of the important information, as well as some things that he needed to pay attention to. After reading it, he returned the scroll to Ling Yinyu. The information that the scroll conveyed to him was that the holy city of Great Xia and even the entire world of Great Xia was being attacked by the demon race, the blood race, and the other races. An earth-shattering war was about to break out. Moreover, even the demons who had been obedient were rioting. The demons rioting was even more terrifying than the other 3 races. For a time, the humans of the Great Xia were facing an unprecedented crisis. In the holy city of Great Xia, other than the celestial army and the half-sage army who had arrived at the front line, even the experts of the holy city of Great Xia had rushed to the front line to fight the blood race, the demons, and the other races. As a member of the holy city of Great Xia, they had to go and fight the enemy. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.